The blues has always been American as apple pie, as American as the blues, as American as apple pie. The question is why? Why has the blues always been so at home here? Well, America provided the atmosphere. Waka waka. Wrong button.
Hands flat, knuckles taped black. Pick my gloves up off the mat. Fighting's all I ever had. Wasn't born with tons of gifts. Had to work hard as a kid. Know that everything I did was to catch the other kids. Slowly built that self-esteem. Turned myself to a machine. I'd compete so I'd be seen. I would lose and I'd succeed. But you'd never see me quit. I'd always get after it. Knew I had a different gift. I'd outwork any other kid. Deep within our souls, we can feel there's something empty. We need something more. I feel destiny, she tempts me. Tells me there's two paths, they both have a different ending. Choose wise and you'll find that pain leads to ascending. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery. I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery. I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. I wanna be legendary. Coming out of the gate, I'll be last place, that's alright. I don't work at a fast pace, I'm a steady horse creeping up, straight passing. And once I pass you, no one's getting past me. I've seen people hit walls and they stop there. I don't get that mind, man, it sounds scared. Good things take time, better prepare. Cause anything great takes pain, isn't fair. Take it from me, cause I got to this place where no one can tell me to do anything. I call my own shots, I call my own place. I enjoy my life almost every day. And I can teach you if you listen to me. You follow some rules, don't need gifts to be paid. Persistence is better than brains any day. Just listen to me and I'll show you the way. In our souls, we can feel there's something empty. We need something more. I feel destiny, she tempts me. Tells me there's two paths, they both have a different ending. Choose wise and you'll find that pain leads to ascending. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery. I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery. I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery. I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary.
Buckle up, Buttercup. We're going on a boat ride. I got somebody backstage smells just like the Cheetos I glossed in my couch last week. Check this dude out. He kind of looks like a gay pirate hooker. I love it.
Fantastic.
How you doing, bud?
Another day above dirt, brother.
That's the way it's supposed to work. We got one of these going on. Kaboof.
Right.
Okay. All right. You know who else I got back here?
I do.
I'm kind of offended that I wasn't the gay pirate hooker.
You're my pirate hooker. It's okay. We're going to get you a peg leg and everything. I got it outside.
Woo!
How y'all doing, folks?
I'm good.
Thank you. Yourself?
We already got a pretty good stack of folks stacked up over here in chat. So we're going to go ahead and chew through that for a minute while they cringe at the level of Christmas I've got happening on the freaking screen right now.
It's a cringy Christmas, ladies and gentlemen.
Cringy Christmas. That's what we're going for. All right. We got Crypto Alchemist has got the gold. Hey, Carthy, can you mute for a minute?
Yes.
All right. We got Crypto Alchemist who's got the gold. We got Judd who gets the silver. And an insufferable arse gets the bronze. Welcome to the show. You seem to change your avatar a lot. That might make some of my mods a little bit skimpy. They might get nervous. Andrew Langlois, good to see you. Wandering Hippie come through to say hi. Hope he dropped a like before he left. If y'all got a minute, y'all go ahead and hit that like button. It wouldn't hurt nobody. Damn sure wouldn't hurt
nobody.
Don't cost nothing neither. We got John Denicola. He showed up. It's good to see him. Work lines in here. ATL Transparency News. That man has showed up. He's going to go get his cookies and come crunch on live TV later. It's going to be great.
Oh, we've got
John Denicola. I've already mentioned him. Claiborne County Transparency and Russell Sperry both joined us. We got Heather Holt in the house. I thought about sending her a link. I didn't do it. Robert Wolf II's here. Good to see you, bud. Amber's Para World. Y'all need to go check that one out. That's an interesting channel. It's always doing weird stuff. I don't know how to explain it. Farlap News. Uh-oh. Okay, we're back. Welcome to Sasquatch Shills, where the technical issue is part of the show. I think my dog just locked himself in here. You good with that, Moose?
Right. And there's the J-Town Press, my favorite lady auditor.
J-Town Press in the house, bud. Good to see you. I feel like I missed somebody right there. It keeps blinking out. Show Me Sasquatch showed up. Good to see you, Sassy. Crazy Hillbillies in here. Mom's Wholesome Videos. Richard Darling. We've got Joco, Kansas City Cop Watch. Kansas Cop Watch. It's one of them states.
Kansas City, here I come.
Right? It's one of those with the corn, I'm sure. Potatoes, maybe.
Also, Squatch, can I say something just briefly following on from your intro?
Yeah.
If you want to have a live stream that is exclusively blues talk, then I am in for the 6-hour long haul, my friend.
Oh, baby. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Carthy, tell everybody why we're here. Carthy?
Yes.
Speak to the people that can't see you.
Hashtag free Manuel Mata.
Free Manuel Mata.
Again.
They just revoked his ass for showing up, didn't they?
Well, basically, yeah. They wanted him out of the courtroom. We all think, we've had some pretty long conversations over the last 24 hours, and we all think that they just wanted him out of the courtroom and swear him in as a witness and just never bring him in to testify. They don't want him reporting on things, and that's what he was there for, is as in a journalist capacity.
So they called him. They
on what we're talking about.
Okay, he has a friend of his that recently went to jail for filming. Where was he?
A traffic stop in Fort Worth.
Yeah, that's right. He got jacked up for some silliness, right?
Okay.
So now he went to the court to be a citizen journalist, and they closed the court to him in that capacity. He put away all of his filming gear and was able to, I'm not sure where the video come from, but I saw a video of him basically saying, why am I being subpoenaed? Because we want you to testify. Why would I testify? I don't even know what the hell y'all are talking about. What, this has nothing to do with me. Why? Because you have to step out so you don't hear the rest of this. He's like,
right, basically.
Goofy thing is, that's a problem.
Goofy thing is, Aaron Dean was already found guilty of manslaughter for killing Tatiana Jefferson in her home, and they were calling him up as it was a sentencing hearing yesterday. He'd already been convicted. Okay. There was a character witness. Manuel Mata is the absolute last person that defense wants to stand up and talk about a bad cop.
Right.
They just wanted him out of the courtroom. There's Ajot.
Hey, Ajot.
Did you send Heather the link?
I did.
Okay. I'd like to see something jiggle over there a little bit, though, like some kind of something. Show me a light fixture or something. Maybe something close enough, good enough. You're good. That'll do. Bam. All right. Welcome to the 1500 celebration stream for Car Thief News. What do you have to say?
And I'd like to invite everyone to my own 1500 subscriber celebration scheduled for May of 2046.
Give or take.
Give or take. I am thinking of doing a special live stream extravaganza for when I pass 165 subscribers for the 10th time. I think I'm on 7 right now, so stay tuned.
The hot tub stream. I'm talking in your complete get up. It's just like
Cajun, you were talking about the video. If you go to my channel, I just dropped a video today about Manuel Mata. It's got that video on it.
that's probably where I saw it. Which
So
one
this
of them?
this guy basically is
Heather
a rogue cop whose deeds are being kept out of the public view, basically.
You'll see.
Well, basically, he has been a cop watcher for so long that they hate his guts, and he's got a target on him. He
Okay.
went to the Tarrant County Appraisal Board or district meeting, got kicked out, had a cop shove him into another cop, and they wanted to basically charge him with
Oh,
assault on a public official. That got dropped to a resisting arrest, and it was easy, like looking at 7 different charges, and they're all trumped up BS.
yeah, they're all trespassing and resisting arrest and
And I
interference.
assume he hasn't actually violated any applicable statute by the filming that he's done.
That's true.
No,
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
And then here, a couple of months ago, 2.5 months ago, he was walking down the sidewalk and came up on a traffic stop.
traffic stop.
And the cop that was doing the traffic stop closed the it was 100 feet away. He closed the distance and told Manuel he couldn't come any closer. This is a crime scene. Blah, 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 blah. And he goes, "This is a traffic stop. I just heard it on a scanner."
Yeah,
there's
he
no-
got out of
there's
the
no
car and
tape.
started walking. The cop got out of his car and started yelling at him. So Manuel pulled out his phone to film. And the cop walked, what would y'all say, 100 yards?
It was every bit of 100, 150
Pulling out
feet.
your phone to film a thing is what everybody does for everything nowadays, right?
Yep.
I mean, he was at the other end of an apartment building. The car walked so far.
Yeah.
But what you got pulled up is what happened during the Aaron Dean trial during the sentencing, is what just happened yesterday.
There's truth be told audits. Good to have you, brother, man.
Yeah, that's another good one there.
Cam
Man,
got caveman.
Right. And that porn mustache just, oh my God, it does so much for me.
I love a good porn mustache, man.
I think it's awesome. That face beard is amazing.
Oh, and
Miles Teller in Top Gun Maverick, best porn mustache of 2022, hands down.
oh, and I found out. I don't remember who told me. It could have been you, Carthy. That cop Bangle that arrested him at that last traffic stop.
Yeah.
He was almost off probation when Manuel turned in a complaint on him and extended his probation. So this arrest, we think, was retaliation.
Yes. He had a 30-day probation period right after he became a cop. And the complaint that Manuel filed on him caused his probation to go to 90 days, which keeps you at a lower pay rate and this, that, and the other. And he was
Melissa
just pissed
says
at me.
he was walking to the store to get cigarettes.
Yeah, he's going to get cigarettes and a pop.
A what?
It's soda pop. You shut up.
I'm in California. You have to use the correct nomenclature, or I don't understand.
In Texas, they're all Cokes.
Yes, I am aware of that. Here, they're all sodas.
Yeah. Here in the Midwest, they're pops.
Yep. So depending on which region you're in, it's either soda, Coke, or pop.
You're
If
right.
it's not Dr. Pepper, it's not potable fluids.
Helpful note to our future captors.
Hey, it's got to be Mountain Dew or Dr. Pepper.
Dr.
Nothing
Pepper.
else exists.
I am a Dr. Pepper kid all the way.
If I drink
will
more than
throw
2
that.
Mountain Dews, my poop will smell like Mountain Dew and I'll pass. Hard pass. Can't in good conscience drink something that smells exactly the same coming out.
That's disgusting.
That is hilarious. There's Melissa Stedman. Hello.
We got
Farm
some
audit.
audience in here.
Melissa
DJ
Stedman.
on.
We got a whole
Melissa
crowd in
Stedman
here.
said Coke. I hate Coke. I just used to like the way it smells.
jeez.
Take a lap, dude. Go ahead and run the base. You did a good one there.
Well, instead of talking about your stanky ass poop, let's go ahead and watch the video and let everybody know what
Something,
we're
darling.
talking about.
I'll sign that memo.
The
I got
funny
All right.
thing about that
You good.
angle arrest, the traffic stop arrest, the very act of filming in the Fifth Circuit, which is Louisiana, Oklahoma, Texas, that area, because of Philip Turner, we have a piece of federal case law called Turner v. Driver. And it specifically says that the citizen has every right to film law enforcement in the course of their duties. He was not even remotely breaking the law.
Within a reasonable distance, able to hear and see.
What's his charge again?
He's got all kinds of stuff from criminal trespass to
there's
resisting
not a charge.
arrest.
There's not a charge from yesterday.
Yeah, there's not a charge from yesterday.
Because he saw a police incident in progress and pulled
They
out his phone and
revoked
started
bond from previous charges.
Yeah, right. They just revoked the bonds.
That's it.
But yeah, this video.
Yeah, let's watch the video.
Oh, and keep in mind, while this was going on, right afterwards, Carolina Fort Worth was arrested.
Same courthouse.
Same courthouse. She had her own court case in a different courtroom and got arrested before she got to court.
For criminal trespass. Tell me if that isn't a little bit of a conundrum.
A conundrum?
Yeah, I almost feel dirty saying it.
That's
Wasn't
a
he on
little
a public roadway?
Take down your stupid.
She's trespassed from the courthouse, but is forced to be there for a court date and gets arrested before she even gets to go in the court date.
Yep.
Oh, I got
Sounds like
something.
some funny business right there.
Hold up. I've been doing stuff. Check out what I did. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. This is cool. Right? Now check this out. I can do a truly killer Odin.
Now you're the pirate hooker.
Now you just got part of your face missing, dude.
Right? Well,
That's weird.
it is weird. I've been tinkering with it. I'm gonna figure out something to do with it. I don't know yet.
I'm
But I can't-
reminded of the episode where I shot wearing a lime green kind of undershirt, and it was too close to the green screen color, so it looked like my
You wear
head had
green?
been cut off. I did one time. I never will again.
What's wrong with green?
Nothing. He always wears that.
I've
Judge-
never
Judd's
never
got a
seen him
question.
in anything but that jersey.
Judd's got a
No, the
question.
jersey's always the same. I'm talking about the undershirt. I wore a green one.
Caucasian Sasquatch, can we
One
drop
time.
Manuel
working on
Mata's Cash App?
If you go to
it's
PayPal and Cash App, it's Manuel's Village.
If you know how to do such things, go ahead, hun. Y'all are all mods. Most of you.
Well, they're asking
I can't do it
permission.
because I can't do it because I'm up here.
Yes,
but
the
Judd
answer
heard
is
it.
yes. Hello, Firm.
Firm audits.
Good to see you, Firm. Shirley Z.
Yeah, he's got to
All that
come up
moves.
with. He's got to come up with $2,500 for his lawyer.
I'm Zaxon. Good to see you, bud. Cammed up caveman's in the house. Fantastic. Unindoctrinated. We got a load.
She got
Yeah,
a vote?
obstructing. John Denicola just said obstructing, and that is one of the charges. Obstruction
But for
of
what?
official duties.
Oh.
That was one of the charges from the sidewalk arrest. Obstruction
From
of official
sidewalk
duties.
arrest. Obstruction is secondary charge in that case.
Well, obstruction is a
has
physical
to do a
act. He has to
physical
get in between and try to stop the investigation.
Yeah, that's what
Hey,
I
Divine
thought too.
Sorcerer. Good to see you, bud.
I can't remember the case law. I want to say it's Hernandez versus something, that speech in itself cannot be interference.
You
Right.
should move me up top and put car thief on the bottom.
Because you always have the option of ignoring speech.
Right.
or put Heather
How?
on top, then me. Then
How do I do that?
you just grab them on StreamYard and you can move them.
Private, Caucasian private chat.
Oh, that is weird. Like a monkey.
Like a monkey.
Oh, top rung on the Brady Bunch ladder momentarily.
This is the. Oh, sorry. What was I doing?
Throw Melissa Stedman a wrench so she can drop those links.
I think we were going to watch the video about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, you're right.
There it is right there. Truth be told, just clarified. It's Houston v. Hill. That speech alone cannot be considered as interfering.
Good. Thanks for the reference.
That's one thing I love about my audience. They're all on their P's and Q's when it comes to the letter of the law in their state.
Yep, damn right.
They'll tell you exactly what's up and quick. All right, let it roll.
Has a podcast. Everyone has a YouTube channel. Everyone is now a citizen journalist.
The following video is about Manuel Mata, Fort Worth citizen journalist, activist, 1A auditor. He films police activities and government officials in public meetings. Let's watch what happens when the defense attorney for former officer Aaron Dean, who was found guilty of manslaughter for the death of Tatiana Jefferson, calls on Manuel Mata to be a witness for his defendant during the sentencing phase. Keep in mind, Manuel was present as a citizen journalist to possibly report to his viewers about this high-profile case.
Okay.
Is there a Manuel Mata present in the courtroom? There does not appear to be a Manuel Mata.
Watch what the defense attorney does, who he's pointing at. He's never seen Manuel before.
No, I need to swear in. Oh, I see. Okay. Now, you know what? Just come up to the rail. Just stand right there. Raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got. Would you tell me your first and last name and spell it for my court reporter, please?
Mr. Brissett. Your Honor, I believe Mr. Mata has graced us with his presence. We ask that he be sworn in and put under the rules. Is there a Mr. Mata in the courtroom?
Here we go.
If you'd stand right there at the rail for me, please, sir. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got?
I don't know what this is about.
Hey, Judge, may we approach?
I don't understand what's going on.
I'm swearing you in as a witness. So,
What authority, sir?
all right, here goes the jury.
Good for him.
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Mata, is your name Manuel Mata?
Yes, sir.
Your date of birth is 7/8 of 1980.
Yes, sir.
All right. I have issued you an oath to testify truthfully. Are you going to take that oath?
I have a question, sir.
No. Are you going to take that oath?
No.
All right. You are on bond on some cases. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Those bonds are being declared insufficient, Sheriff.
What, sir? What's going on? What did I do? I need my lawyer present, sir.
We will get you
You question me without a lawyer present. And I don't know what y'all are doing. I don't know what's going on. For what? For what? I asked him a question.
A citizen journalist has the exact same right to be in that room as any so-called mainstream establishment journalist does.
Listen to what he says as he walks out the door here in just a second.
The DA, the defense, the judge, who's asking it? Those are questions I need answers if you're going to remote me.
Outstanding questions all.
ain't gotta be aggressive with me, dude.
You hear
You don't
that?
have to be so aggressive, dude.
Yeah, we can't.
See, with that first guy, the reason I put that one up there is because that first guy, he turned around and looked for the Latino sitting there and made him come up and get out. And then Manuel went back in the courtroom, and then they yanked him up. It was bullshit.
Yep, pretty clearly bullshit.
They brought him in specifically to revoke his freaking bond. That was the only purpose of him being there.
Because he was there he was there the day before. And then he came back. He's reporting on a high-profile case. And
hey, I got one. It's a little off topic, but stick with me. Have y'all seen that show on Netflix where it says "Don't answer the phone"?
No.
Okay. All right. So apparently, back during the late '90s and early 2000s, there was some prank caller calling around and getting people that worked at fast food restaurants to strip search their employees.
Oh yeah. I know about that.
All right, so let me tell you a story about when I worked at a Wendy's over here. I had my brand new manager called me into the back office one day and tell me that I'd stole $50 and that she needed to turn out my pockets, and I hit her right between the eyes with my name tag.
Before taking your shirt off or after?
Dude, I didn't even get that far. She's like, "We're gonna have to strip search," and I'd hit her right between the eyes with my name tag and walked out. I quit, and the owner of the establishment came and picked me up a couple of days later to ask me what happened, and I told him. I was like, "Nobody, you don't know one under no circumstance is going to strip search me."
I think your fast food experience lasted about as long as mine did.
Not for employment. No, hell no.
Exactly. Not just poof, you're being strip searched. Nope. Sorry. And I was minor at the time. I was 17. Nope. I just thought that was weird because I remember that experience going down and everybody thought it was really strange. And of course I didn't steal anything. I mean,
and do you ever wonder if there really was a $50 missing or if
no, there wasn't.
Some weird kind of test?
I am almost absolutely certain that it's this guy that was calling folks all around the Southeast getting strip searches done on fast food restaurants. I know it sounds crazy, but the time frame is perfect. And I worked there about 2 weeks before another chick over here in Higgsville got hit, and she got stripped and SA'd pretty hard by the guy.
Hell no.
Yeah, as I recall, there were a couple of people who wound up having really spectacularly awful experiences over that whole trolling escapade.
It's that porn mustache, man. You can't help it. Wow. All right. What else we got over here? I've got a little bit set up for looking at if y'all want to get into it, but it has nothing to do with the topic.
There's one on mine. It's the Oakwood cop. That one has blown up in the last 2 days. There's over 30,000 views on it, and I've got over 1,200 subs now.
You go, girl.
Congratulations.
I'm proud of you,
Melissa.
And I'm sitting here, my phone's dinging. There are people still commenting on this now.
Yeah, I advise you to turn off your ringer for a couple of days. Listen, when
those are always wise words.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's blown up. It's going ding, ding, ding,
dude,
ding, ding,
when I did my first Odin Seas, I got 45,000 views in the first 90 some odd minutes. It took it 3 hours just to give me all the comments from it.
I just hit 1,400.
I go to bed one night and wake up the next morning with my plugged in phone dead.
The hell?
I had to turn it back on because after it died, it charged up. I had to turn it back on, and when I did, it sat there and vibrated constantly until I went in and physically turned it off. It was going bling, 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 bling. I was like my fifth video.
That's how it was when I put that short out. It's like almost 9,000.
Right.
Barnap, you're right. I don't cut my phone off.
My phone never makes sounds. I only have it on vibrate. That vibrate is my baseline, and if it vibrates too much, then I turn the vibrate off.
Well, Farlap's been in chat with me before. And when I've had to go, I've got 2%. I got to go. Yeah, congratulations, AJ. That's great.
That's real cool.
Well done, AJ.
I remember when you first started.
I know. I remember that horrible Caucasian show. Both of them.
I was wondering how long that was going to take. We might go look at it later.
We tried to do an update, and it was just as bad as the first. It was like, what the hell?
Dude, I used to have a microphone like Captain Curmudgeon over here uses, and the box that I got with it was glitched out when I got it. So it was just a box of gremlins, man. It was horrible. Even when I got a new one, it still would not do the things it was supposed to do.
I think the Golden Excellence in curmudgeonry microphone is actually on its last legs. I'm hopeful to have a replacement by 8 days from now.
Dude,
give or
have
take.
you already ordered it?
Hello, Word Lion.
Well, when you want something for a gift, then ordering it isn't really your purview.
I get that, but if I could slip whoever it is that might be ordering it for a quadcast.
I think that's what I
change your life.
Oh, well, we'll see. I'm sure it'll be an improvement at any rate because I keep turning the level up on this thing and the output keeps being exactly the same. So I think the diaphragm is just getting wore out.
Actually, you should be running that thing at about half rate, and then you should be using your OBS or whatever other feature you have. Like in StreamYard, you would go into the settings and turn up the gain, where instead of letting it control your volume, just
well, yeah. When I'm shooting lately, I've got it at 80% when I shoot, and then in the software suite, I jack it up 300% just to get it to where I want it.
There you go. You're not doing it wrong. You're doing it right.
Yeah. So I pretty clearly need a new mic.
I buy something better.
Definitely. This was the best one I could get on a $500 startup budget, so I'm ready to upgrade.
I hear you. I started on $1,000 myself, so
yep.
I ended up getting started with it. Yeah.
I think these headphones are like the first thing. Well, other than my computer that I bought. My computer was $1,400. So.
That included.
Well, you needed that.
Yeah,
that was a necessity.
Probably a $3,000 camera that my wife already owned. So
who's got the Echo?
That's fucking car thief. He swears it doesn't exist. He won't listen.
I don't swear, but I know all the words.
You lying ass.
It's pretty good.
Or we could just call it a pleasant reverb.
That's what I'm going with. I figure it's his show. He can fuck it up if he wants to.
Right?
A good setup of what, Russell? Like, I mean, just your sound setup? Or...
Oh, yeah, exactly. So you can spend what the fuck you want to spend on it, dude. You can go $14,000 on a rig and have a decent setup. Barely decent. Or you can go the other route, get you a green screen and a halfway decent camera. You can use an old phone you have, and once you get a laptop or a desktop that is functionally capable of running OBS by itself with little or nothing else, you're good. Now,
most of the time it's operator error, but
that's true. That's true.
Yep.
You almost always overthink it. It's always something really, really simple unless it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And so you end up...
Present operators included.
Operator headspace error. Yes, ma'am. But I don't drop my phone in the toilet.
No, that's late night with 702's job.
Right?
She finally got a new phone and got rid of that one.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was shitty anyway.
She ended up with pink eye.
I know.
Horrible punchline.
I love her. I love her.
Man.
I love her to
I
death.
love her. I love her to death. But my God, she went through a horrible spell.
Yes, silence is life. It's too much for a laptop. You got to have a desktop.
I got a laptop. That's what I run on.
Me too. Looking to upgrade that as well, though.
Yeah, I've got my eyeball on a couple of computers that are sitting around old Papa Phil's house over yonder.
Yeah,
Oh,
Lady
yeah?
Curmudgeon's been sitting on one for me for about the last little over a year. She got one brand new fancy one for work and wound up not needing it. So she just set it aside for when I would inevitably need a new one. So that's going to happen pretty soon, too.
There you go.
I can't wait. I'm going to make you famous.
That sounded like a threat.
Yes.
Sounds like Emilio Estevez from Young Guns 2.
Okay. I recognize it too, but I don't have a pistol. Actually, I do have a pistol handy, but not the right one. Mine's more of a Red Star variety.
I'm at my dad's house. I've probably got an entire arsenal handy.
Snark and sass.
There are more bullets than teeth in this house, bud. What's up, Snarky?
Oh boy.
It gets real good when you get to a strip club that has more titties than teeth.
I bounced there one time.
I got bounced from there one time. Nice to meet you again.
Well, is he the one that bounced you?
No.
How the fuck would I know? I was a half a fucking bottle of tequila in.
Oh my God.
A lot like a frisbee. They went from distance, boo.
Oh, well, they tossed you like a boomerang because you know you kept going back.
Actually, no, I never go back to an establishment I've been thrown out of.
I am prepared to provide full disclosure on the titty bar question if anybody wants to hear it.
Good.
I've been to 3 titty bars in my life. One of them was in Tijuana. Never going to another one again.
I've been to more titty bars than you.
Most women have.
Worst punchline ever. Because titty bars in Tijuana are not just titty bars.
I'm not going to tell you what happened at the Tijuana titty bar either.
But we all know the story.
Family broadcast after all.
He still feels the pain just remembering.
Yeah, that's not an unfair statement. Okay, I have a good metaphor for what happened, and you can draw your own conclusions from it.
Hold on, let me give you the
was
big truth.
accused of doing to someone else in a bar got done to me in the Tijuana titty bar.
Now stare at the camera and let that one tear slip.
It's saying he's at a strip club now. Liar.
It's true. There's actually a raging titty bar behind the green screen.
Thomas Veteran. Hey, hon.
I told you about my rage and titty bar behind the green screen. I thought that was just me. Does everybody do that? I thought I was being clever.
Fern brought back cat crabs from Tijuana.
Look, I mean, nah.
He lucked out because ...
Y'all ain't right.
Oh man.
Oh, this has just degenerated into an absolute freaking. Hey, Thomas Veteran, welcome back, bud.
I'm the guy who brought up Tijuana titty bar, so I'll take the blame.
Well, hey, look, dude, look. All I'm telling you is, as soon as somebody mentions their penis, a certain someone mentions like peeing in 4 directions. I'm out. We're out. I
Oh,
don't think you shooting shots tonight. We should be okay.
you mean that Albert Sporting motherfucker?
I'm going to change the subject now.
Please do.
Have y'all ever seen the movie Desperado?
Yeah.
Yes.
That movie was actually shot in Acuna, Mexico, which was an hour and 40 minutes from Odessa, Texas, where I grew up. I have partied in Acuna 83 times. And you know, at the very first of the movie,
Do you count it by the number of stab marks you have?
I only got one, and it was
That's
enough
a very
to make me not
precise
want to go
number.
back. It was enough to make me not want to go back. But in the very first of the movie, when Steve Buscemi is talking about the biggest Mexican I ever saw, and the shadows moved just for him, and he's got that wall full of antler racks.
I love me some Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, I do too. But that wall is in a bar in the Boys Town section of town called the Hunters Club. And it's not just a titty bar. There's a hotel in the back of it. That kind of hotel. Scary city. I mean, it's not as dangerous as Tijuana.
I got one. So I was at a hotel this past, not this past weekend. Oh, yeah. I guess it was this past weekend. Anyway, I'm at a hotel. There's this gentleman sitting in the truck right in front of the hotel room, like 1 or 2 spots over. Has a key to a hotel room, doesn't ever go into the room but like twice. Both times he went in, walked right back out, made sure it was locked, got back in his truck. Otherwise, he stared at a hotel room on the other side of the little breezeway there and did nothing else. Paid no attention to me or us or any of the shit going on around him. Didn't so much as look and nod. So was he a private investigator or a pimp?
Guy would be my first guess, pimp second, but probably one of the two. I'd say there's a 90% likelihood it's one or the other.
Or both.
Big pimping.
Or
Wow.
both. Could
I
always
hadn't
be
thought
both.
of that. You're on to something there, bud.
Yep, could be on to
Private
something there.
investigating pimp. Wait a second. I'm pretty sure that's Dolomite.
Dolomite.
Don't lie to me.
Way down the jungle deep.
Snark.
I have been watching
Yes.
classic movies
on.
for the last 2
I gotta
days straight,
bring
and
it-
I will watch Dolomite too.
We are going to do that immediately.
My titties been tired.
So I don't know why you've been looking on them is what I want to know.
Hashtag worst life coach ever.
Tired titties.
Tired titties. What are they laying down? I don't understand. I'm confused.
What would make them tired?
All right. Why are you walking around with
Gravity.
them? That's a professional, folks.
Like how on the ball that response was?
Yes. Fair
Exactly.
enough.
That's a
Exactly.
consummate professional, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we got this video. We're gonna watch it. Check this out.
You're gonna get pissed.
I'm already pissed. I live in Georgia.
Oh, you need to go look at my community page then. There's a news report I've got on there from Georgia.
Bailey Holbrook from Oakwood City in Hall County, Georgia. His aspirations are to become a mandated officer with a well-respected agency focused on community policing and proactive law enforcement. He started his career as a security guard for Allied University.
Proactive law enforcement.
Imagine that.
He was done with that. He decided
Allied.
to be a patrol officer with the Department of Corrections in Georgia.
That's always a bad
That lasted
sign.
approximately 2 years. Then he went to Gainesville, Georgia to become a police officer in 2020. That also lasted about 2 years. Once he was done with that, he became a police officer for the city of Oakwood, also in Georgia. Here you will see him taking his oath to the Oakwood Police Department. Now, it's time to see Annie Lloyd after calling police for help for her situation that she found herself in.
We want to get to some new video tonight showing a police officer, this is in Hall County, body slamming a woman to the ground. following a September arrest. And now
Face first.
Your questions
While
straight
in
to the
handcuffs.
police department.
Atlanta News First, Rachel Aragon. She's live outside of the department for us. That's about 90 minutes northeast of Atlanta. And Rachel, kind of go from the beginning here. What led up to the officer's resignation?
We know it's all stemming, though, from an arrest back in September of this year. But the police chief telling me earlier, Tracy and Rick, they want to be as transparent as possible. They also clarify again that officer in question
always a lie.
Following an internal investigation.
Hey, who are you? I'm Officer Holbrook. How are you?
According to a September police report, Officer Timothy Holbrook responded to a business in September in reference to a theft and a dispute. The call resulted in the arrest of Annie for public drunkenness and obstruction of an officer. The exchange between Annie and police resulting in this takedown.
Can you please call Uber? We're trying to give you every chance in the book right now.
I'm the Vietnam.
The Oakland
Bam!
was after the internal investigation. They informed Officer Holbrook he would be terminated as a proposed punishment. But before he was terminated, he resigned. As a result, the chief says Holbrook is listed as resigned in lieu of
He's a gypsy cop
and considered as ineligible for
clearly.
rehire with the city. The department
Yep.
says Holbrook's file will be updated, and the Georgia Peace Officers Standards and Training Council will decide whether investigation into his law enforcement certification will occur.
Hopefully, they do take his certification where he can't be a cop nowhere in the nation.
If you're bouncing around from job to job every 6 months to 2 years, it's fairly safe to say there's something wrong on your end of the equation.
I got another one.
Yeah.
If you perform that action in any other capacity, in any other job, anywhere
And the
on
rest of
earth,
your
you get
goddamn life
fired.
in prison.
or you definitely get fired. You may or may not be able to claim some other shit, but you definitely get fired.
Yeah, they won't let you.
Woman's face into the ground. Yeah, I should think so.
They won't tell you. They won't let you retire. Exactly, or resign. I'm sorry, resign. Assholes.
She's like, we're going to do something to you. I quit.
Yep, that's exactly what happened because he knew if he got fired, he wouldn't get another job. So, going to resign, he's got the opportunity to go somewhere else.
I thought violence against women was bad.
Unless you're a cop.
The really bad part about that is about 10 or 12 seconds before he actually did it, he told her, if you keep it up, I'm going to put you on your face.
Yeah,
Wow.
and then did exactly what he said he was going to do.
And
pretty self-incriminating.
Because that makes it premeditated as far as I'm concerned.
Damn right it does.
Because I earned a black belt in judo, the move that he did is called Seoi Nagi. And it is
There's a front leg sweep, and then he planted her face on the ground, right?
Very basically, yes.
Well, he didn't even have to leg sweep her. He just grabbed her shoulders, her arms, and swung her.
Swung her to the ground.
Back suplex.
And a Seoi Nagi is a banned move in competition. They will not let you do it because it 9 times out of 10 makes someone hurt themselves bad. They land square on their face.
Yeah, bouncing your face off the ground usually doesn't have favorable results.
Russell Sperry, did he think he was slamming the Hulk? Who knows?
I've seen one of my kids do it before.
She was tiny, too. Compared to him, she was tiny.
You have a subdued woman and a grown-ass man. Come on.
I didn't see her resist.
No, she was mouthy. She was a little drunk and mouthy.
Yep,
Yeah,
she never
she was
resisted. She didn't.
Intoxicated and belligerent is how I would describe it. Which falls short of needing to have your face bounced off the ground.
Well, how did she obstruct him when she was the victim to begin with? She's the one that called them for help.
Right. And didn't you say that she did not get medical attention for like 22 or 3 hours?
No, that I don't know. That wasn't in any of the reports that I read. What do y'all think of the new way that I'm doing the clips?
I like it.
Me too.
Me too.
I wouldn't. I know you like showing them completely through without any interruptions.
Me too. Me too.
Is that what the fuck is that? Okay.
AJ, are you driving? No.
No, I'm trying. I'm trying to set the heater. It's pretty.
She's standing.
The sound of my secret titty bar behind the green screen. Sorry.
Y'all keep it down, Lorenzo. Jesus Christ. What do you expect? God.
Fucking Lorenzo.
Get some scribbled.
Oh,
You
you're, oh my God,
you're Jim Eagle together. They'll live happily ever after.
your devious little laugh when you do that cracks me up every time.
Try to keep it together. We got another hour of this shit. Oof, we'll do that.
How many are down in chat now?
19 or 25, depending on which one of these you believe.
Let's say 25.
I'm gonna go with 19 because I'm not that cool.
If you're wanting to change the direction, have you seen Santa twerk yet?
Oh Christ!
It's probably not going to involve Christ at all, son.
It's on my channel. If you scroll down, go down like 4 or 5 videos. You'll see it. It's a Christmas video. I love it.
It was pretty awesome.
There it is on the left.
It got me up and dancing. Shoot.
It's
play that shit.
I giggle every time I see it.
I like to beat the box. I like to beat the box, get in the groove. A jamming and a banging some Fortnite moves.
I have that dude's outfit in Red Dead.
Crisscross. Are you feeling sad? Do the Santa
red
down.
suit.
Oh, it's me, the VIP. See me on the dance floor. Mummies and daddies, are you feeling perky?
Absolutely.
Get down, do the Christmas twerky.
Twerky. That's not a twerk.
Christmas twerky.
It's clean. It's the Christmas twerky.
I have it on good authority. Fiona Rawls taught me how to twerk, so I feel like I have a good grasp on twerking.
I can't.
Why don't you give us a little
I tried it and I was told that looks really weird. Don't do it again.
Recently, one of my adult daughters attempted to twerk in my presence, and I told her if she continued, her ass was thrown out of the house.
Right, I'm just owning you.
Head first.
Yes, sir.
It's horrible.
I wonder if I can show private videos on here, can't I?
Yeah.
Off yours?
Private?
Yeah. Yeah, your own videos? Yeah, you can do that.
Cool. Let's see. Where's it at? Okay. Over here in the dark hole. No.
Uh-oh.
Huh. Maybe not. Hold up.
And if you're going to play your version, we have to play my version too.
Oh, absolutely. If you've got it downloaded, send it into the thing over here. I'll line it right up.
Give me a moment. Let me find it.
All right, we ready? Oh, we're not ready. Damn. I ruined everything. Bam. Okay. All right, so I've got this scheduled to come out at Christmas Eve. I'll let you take a listen to it. I think it's some of my best work so far. This is the stupid shit I've been doing over here when I haven't been putting out content. So just bear with me, folks. I've got a lot going on. A visit from St. Nicholas. I'll say it's a visit from St. Nicholas. A visit from St. Nicholas. A visit from Santa Claus. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas would soon be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled down for a nice winter's nap. When out upon the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave the luster of midday to the objects below. When what to my wandering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid his coursers they came, and he whistled and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen, to the top of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle mount to the sky. So up to the house the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes how they twinkled, his dimples how merry, his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk. And laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like a down of thistle. But I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. I guess that's about the best I got. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Kwanzaa, Happy Flying Spaghetti Monster. I hope y'all all enjoyed it.
That was great.
I love that.
Good show. Good show indeed.
When you
I
drop
saw
that,
Cop Theory video as well. That's scary.
when you drop that, I'm going to sit there with my grandchildren and let them watch that and hear that. I like that.
Thank you, man.
I dropped the link for a visit from St. Fauci in the StreamYard chat.
All right. Y'all ready for another one?
Go for it.
Man's got skills.
It was the night before Christmas, and throughout the West Wing, not a staffer was stirring. One could not hear a thing. The stockings by the chimney had been unhung with haste, for they'd forgot stripper grandbaby, and they had to save face. The Bidens were nestled all snug in their bed.
Oh, God.
Corn Pop danced in Joe's head, and Dr. Jill in her jammies and Joe in Depends had just settled down to see how Matlock ends. When on the east lawn there arose such a ruckus, it must be the Russians. I just knew they'd fuck us. Joe sprang from his bed, but he sprang not so fast, for he's 900 years old. Not much longer he'll last. The moon, it shone brightly on the fresh fallen snow, but Joe was too blind to see objects below. When what to his failing old eyes did appear but Anthony Fauci on a sleigh with reindeer. And that little old driver, so old and so bony, Joe knew in a moment it must be St. Tony. Like a transgender swimmer, his coursers they came, and he harangued and shouted and called them by name. No lemon, Koopa, Welshie and Todd, on Stelta and Maddow, obey me like God, to the top of the house, to the top of the residence, abide by the mandates. I don't need no evidence. And as the unvaxxed out of venues were thrown, they hit the ground hard with a sickening groan. To the top of the White House, the coursers they flew, with a sleigh full of masks, and St. Anthony too. And then in a twinkling, up on top of the structure, Joe could hear all the whining of those silly race hucksters. As Joe drew his head in and turned to his right, down the chimney came Tony, and it gave him a fright. He was clad in a white coat and stethoscope too, and the masks on his face numbered not one, but two. A bundle of vaccines was flung on his back, and he looked like a junkie who'd just run out of smack. His eyes were downcast, his cheeks were so sunken. He looked like a hobo, though slightly less drunken. His mean little on, but Joe couldn't tell, for his mask wasn't down. A syringe was held tightly in St. Tony's fist, as, "Take your damn booster!" he screamed and he hissed. He had a gaunt face and a big pair of glasses, and he called the whole country a bunch of dumbasses. He was surly and vain, such a nasty old prick. He needed someone to tell him, "Eat a big bag of dicks." But with a wink of his eye and a jab of his needle, his celebrity status, it surpassed the Beatles. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his task, and he jabbed all the Bidens in the arm or the ass. And when he had finished, he flew back to the roof, saying, "You guys are all good now. You won't get the coof." He sprung to his sleigh, and he said to his team, "Let's get going now. Let's pick up the steam. We've got more arms to jab in homes and in schools, so I'll see you next Christmas, you gullible fools."
Absolute god, too.
That is fantastic.
I had to mute because I'm over here fucking dying.
God, I've got to outdo that in the next 8 days, don't I?
Pop that motherfucker out and let it loose by itself, dude. You deserve to go viral. Get that shit.
That was awesome.
Thank you very much indeed. Very kind of you.
And fucking tastic. I'm keeping that one, dude. We may have to use that one for the intro to the next show, dude.
I think you might.
Fucking glorious. All right, hey, Jot, your turn. What you got?
Nothing.
Thank you, Thomas. No, I actually that was another one of those that kind of went like the Robert Frost bit, where I sat down and tried to do it in a smart ass way, and I just couldn't. It didn't feel right, and so I resorted to doing a full on. I did that like 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been sleeping all night.
Each time I hear you do a voiceover, I have the same thought. I wish I had that guy's voice.
You know, when I first started YouTube, one of the most common statements that I heard from people was something along the lines of, "What radio station did you work at in the mid-90s?" Radio station that they were absolutely convinced.
Listening to your Odin and now listening to your Christmas video, if I ever need a man to voice over on my videos, I'm calling you.
Oh, please do.
You need to send me your number.
Okay.
When I listen to the live streams we do together, it's a letdown when I start talking and you stop, because I like your voice so much better.
Hey, Caucasian, if you want me to, I can handle that part. I can get Heather your number.
Yeah, sure. Do that. Do that.
Okay.
What is that noise?
That's his phone that he swears doesn't echo.
I'm muting when I'm not talking.
I know. Thank you so much.
It does it in Discord and it does it in Messenger too. We love you, Kirby.
But I'm going to hunt you down, take that phone, and drown that motherfucker. I shit you not.
It sounds like it's already underwater. Save it.
It does sound a bit like that, actually.
Hey, I need everybody to do something for me. Go hunt down some of these, right? And I want you to look straight into the camera, right? Like some of this, and say, I am the mustachioed one. And then upload it to your channel. Do that thing. Everybody. I wish I wasn't allergic to the mustache. Sorry. Consummate professional.
You need to get hypoallergenic Groucho glasses.
I don't think such a thing exists, dude. Let's be honest. They come from China.
Everything comes
Oh,
from
I don't
China.
have the Cash App, honey. You can't afford me. Just like I won't accept money for doing voiceovers and stuff. I'm still waiting for Captain Curmudgeon to send me a script so I can do one show just like his. Because man, I sit down and write that shit, but I can't. When I read it, it sounds stupid to me.
If all you want is a script, give me 2.5 hours. I'll give you one. Just tell me what the topic is.
Oh shit.
I'm not gonna text you like that.
Titty bars in Tijuana.
Okay.
In the style of Groucho Marx. No, Dennis Miller. I want it in the style of Dennis Miller.
Okay. Tijuana titty bars in the style of Dennis Miller. 20 minutes of that. I will do it.
Hi, man. It can be 10 minutes. I'm not greedy. 6. What's your usual little intro? It's usually like 3 to 6 minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe 5 to 7, something like that. It's usually a third of the total run.
Just a bit. Something for me to record.
Yeah.
Maybe send it to you, or you can voice, or you can lip sync it. That would be awesome.
That might be pretty fun, actually.
That'd be insane. Let's do it. Let's do it twice. Say we didn't.
Me with your voice, that would be my fondest dream realized.
I'm over here blushing, y'all. Y'all gotta stop.
Oh.
Stop it.
Oh, don't be bashful about your sexy voice.
No, here's the thing. I was in a different live stream like right before all of this started. We was in AJOTS. Right before AJOTS, I was in Samuel the Infamous live stream, and apparently I talked to one of his guests previously on a panel, and this chick went off for like a minute and a half. And then they all sat around and talked about how I should do this poem or that poem or some other poem or just read the beginning of Pontypool.
Oh, I would love if you did Robert Frost.
I did. I have a Road Not Taken.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sure do.
Even if I could keep my same voice and have a cool Georgia accent, that would be an improvement. I would take that.
That is I love that poem.
There you go. Just for you, baby.
Thank you.
So put 'em up. Not Taken by Robert Frost. 2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both. Be one traveler long I stood, and looked down one as far as I could to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear, though as for that, the passing there had worn them really about the same. And both that morning equally lay, in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by. That has made all the difference. I guess that's about all I got. Thank you for listening.
Lady Curmudgeon has that poem on our wall in our living room.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's a good one.
It is a
Hello,
good one
Smoking
indeed.
Auditor.
Hello, Smoking Auditor. Welcome to the show, bud. Good to see you. I was supposed to memorize that poem in high school, and I failed to do so. And for some stupid reason, having not done it made it stick in my head. I was wanting to do it in the style of Foghorn Leghorn. I say, boy, the road not taken, boy. You know, that whole bit. Or maybe I should do it at Alex Jones. That might be the better way to go about it. Because two roads diverged in the yellow wood. And the only difference between Alex Jones and the Hulkster is the word brother at the end.
The fucking frog's gay.
The turtle frog's gay. Yeah, brother.
Well, the poem he's got that I had to very first memorize was stopping by the woods on a snowy evening. That was the first one I ever had to memorize.
I don't think I've ever successfully memorized a poem. Not a huge poetry fan, generally speaking. Just throwing it out there. I do like Robert Frost.
Car Thief in the Basement.
Thought you'd left us.
I didn't rage quit. I just got chubby thumbs after sending your phone number to Heather.
That's all right.
I punched the wrong button and it throws me out.
He put his boot to his own ass.
You need to look up a poem called Desiderata and read that. Holy smokes and hand grenades.
Desiderata?
Thinking that my neighbors are over there shooting the moon.
Let us know if he hits it.
What was that quote by Von Braun? The rocket,
He landed on the wrong planet.
The mission went flawlessly, and every part was a success. We simply landed on the wrong planet.
Yep. In London instead, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, no, I've recently come into the lack of a notifications category. Like I hear a lot more of that recently. And I have actually expanded how I notify people about what's going on. Like I'll set it up, give it an hour, then do a share on my community tab, which goes nowhere. Nobody sees those things as far as I can tell. I mean, I get like 5 likes on a particular community tab after 2 weeks.
Well, you don't get nobody gets notified for the community posts.
I know they used to. Now everybody has a community tab and there's no notifications or nothing like that.
There's no notifications for the shorts either, if I'm not mistaken.
Occasionally there are. Don't ask me why or how that comes about, but it does happen. I occasionally get a notification for your short, but it's not weekly. It's not daily. It's not.
This is random.
I guess you're right, because I see them once in a while too, just randomly. No rhyme or reason to it, really.
No rhyme or reason. So tell me, completely off topic of all the off topics that we went off topic of. Do you reckon that
Twitter, branches?
Do you reckon that Twitter becoming profitable will force other social media platforms to become profitable, or will it just force them to limit their lack of profitability?
Oh, you haven't heard, have you?
I don't exactly have my pulse to the nation, no.
There is a motion or bill or whatever you want to call it going up to have Twitter banned from the U.S. because the Chinese are using it to spy. No, TikTok. I'm sorry.
TikTok.
It's TikTok.
TikTok. Yeah, no, obvious spyware. I mean, if you go to China and you use their TikTok, you get educational programs. If you come to America,
the freaking head of the CIA just realizes today that TikTok is a dangerous Chinese communist psyop after some of us, many of us, knew that half a decade ago and said so, and those people called us right-wing conspiracy theorists.
You know, I got to say this, and I hate being that guy, but being a right-wing conspiracy theorist seems to be correct more often than it's not. That's starting to look like a theory.
The space between right-wing conspiracy theory and universally accepted fact is about 5 to 6 months.
2 weeks on Twitter.
2 weeks on Twitter.
Yes, it takes a while to filter out to the rest of the world. Right. Hey, Carthy, say something. You did good, man. I'm proud of you. Mute back up. Anyway, so
that was so mean.
you should have seen how I woke his ass up this morning. Motherfucker, it's Saturday. Get your ass up. I'm gonna put your ugly bug all over everything. You look like a drunken tire.
No.
You smell like, I told him you smelled like some Cheetos I left in my fucking couch cushions.
I went to bed last night pretty late, and the last person I talked to was Great Lakes Audits. Then at 7:15 this morning, I get a phone call from Great Lakes Audits. Did you know Carolina was arrested?
It was 6:30 my time.
And then we called Carthy, and then we called Carolina. Everybody got woke up. you could tell Carthy just got up because he's like, what?
All groggy.
Before his coffee and everything.
Ooh, coffee. Moose, what is up? My dog is terrified of my cat. My dog weighs 119 pounds. My cat weighs 7 ounces or so. And this dog will not permit himself to be in a room with that little furry thing. He won't do it. And it's one of the most beautiful things I ever seen. The terror that this caused in my dog was traumatic. We're sitting in there. My daughter just brought the cat over for the first time. Dog's half asleep, not really paying attention. The cat sneaks by and gets under one of the pieces of furniture in my wife's room over here. And Moose wakes up and sees the cat under the furniture and is like, what the hell is that? And then he comes out from under it, and Moose gets this look on his face like, all right, but how many damn cats are under there? He just turned and looked at me like, are you going to let this shit go down? You didn't tell me there were cats under that damn thing.
He was so hurt. You didn't tell him.
Yeah, he was hurt. He something in his soul was crushed when he realized there were other animals in the world and that they could possibly be in here. There's squirrels is a whole nother ball game, apparently.
Do you have Diesel for We the People?
I don't guess so.
He just dropped a video about Manuel. Something Manuel Mata just, and I can't see the end of the message. Diesel for We the People.
Is that a number or letters?
Letters.
I really wish I'd learned how to type.
Something just said pizza, and that made me hungry.
Diesel for We the People news?
Yes.
I used to type like 120 something words a minute. Now I'm lucky if I get 60.
I got up to 76 with one hand.
Oh, that's damn good.
All the hours in high school I spent working a typewriter sure were worthwhile.
Try going to his videos. Main amount of what?
It'd be the last one dropped, wouldn't it?
It dropped a minute ago.
That's it right there. That's it right there.
Right there, one view.
Alrighty, so this is Diesel We the People news. Okay? And this is actually news, y'all. Now, I'm not going to give you legal advice and give my opinion only. Do not take our legal advice. But
this was his arrest video. He's got another one.
Manuel, which some of you guys may or may not know, he's kind of a cop.
This is the one we just watched. The one just go bring it back down. It's that one at the top left of the screen right now.
That's the one I just clicked. Yes, this one.
Alrighty, so
it's the same one. Okay, he's just got a goofy. He's just got a goofy thumbnail.
I'm not going to give you legal advice and give my opinion only. Do not take our legal advice. But
For firm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self God.
Yeah, it's just the one we watched.
Oh, we'll let it play back.
Because that news station was the only camera in the courtroom.
Who was that? Channel 8?
Yeah.
Bond revoke.
That's really weird when you're just in a courtroom where you have every right to be as a member of the public and they stand you up and make you swear an oath for no apparent reason. That's fucking creepy.
It's very creepy.
Knowing you have nothing at all to do with the case. And what they were doing is it was the sentencing phase. And so everybody they were calling up were character witnesses. Now, let me ask you, a police defense attorney for a cop who was just convicted the day before for manslaughter calls on a cop watcher activist as a witness. What the fuck?
They just wanted him sworn in so he wouldn't be able to hear the rest of it.
You're right.
They wanted him involved so he couldn't report on it. That way this guy will catch his sentencing, and the news hasn't released a sentence, have they?
And as we often say, there is no innocent explanation for that.
None.
See, when you're on bond or parole or probation or anything, you are a ward of the state.
Right.
So if the judge tells you to take the oath, you have to take the oath, and that's how he got revoked. And
it's kind of fuzzy territory, though. He can't be questioned or coerced without his lawyer present, and his lawyer is not present. He has no representation, and when he attempted to represent himself, they refused it and just locked his ass up. They did that to revoke his bond.
That's why he was being compelled to swear an oath.
That's it.
Well,
that's all.
What's weird is he got arrested. Carolina got arrested. Harvey Freebird was supposed to go with Carolina, and something came up and he wasn't able to. So I'm wondering if Harvey had been there, if they would have arrested him too.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
It sure seems that way.
And that judge, have y'all heard about that judge and the case where there's a public warning out on that judge because there was a guy who had an ankle monitor that had the shock treatment attached to it.
Jesus.
And during court, when he wouldn't answer a question or something, the judge had the bailiff zap him over and over and over again.
Are you fucking shitting me?
No, I'm not.
Same judge.
Same judge.
Same judge.
Psycho.
Sounds a lot
Oh, no,
like
no, no,
torture.
no. The mayor, they put the mayor in contempt of court for speaking out. Okay,
And a city councilman.
And a city councilman. They are leaders of the city. They are expected to speak out because it was a police officer. She said nothing bad, pretty much along the lines of our hearts are broken, we need to mend, come together, blah 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 blah. What all politicians say.
Hippy dippy bullshit platitudes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he put the mayor in contempt of court.
Hell, I'd vote for you.
Oh no, I'm hearing that there's going to be complaints going out probably Monday to the Judicial Review Board for unethical and
oh no. Listen, did you see the whole thing? They actually swore in some random asshole sitting in the stands because they didn't know who Manuel was.
You're right.
Yeah, did you see
and he just stands up and swears it.
Yeah, the defense attorney turns around, looks, and nobody's standing up as Manuel. And he sees a Latino man sitting there, points at him. Who are you? What's your name? That was creepy.
Yeah, tighten up your man bun and grow a set of testicles, dude.
I mean,
I
he
feel
looked nothing like
was a
Manuel.
shot at me.
He looked nothing like Manuel. Just he was Latino.
Definitely
I mean,
racist.
it was weird. It was all over the news within 30 minutes on mine.
So there was a brown skinned guy in the room, so that must be my guy.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's hardcore.
That's not racist at all.
Not at all.
I'm just curious as to at what point will it get so far under the skin of we the people that an uprising takes place.
I have been asking myself that same question about a wide variety of things for a number of years now.
You're right. At what point do we all get sick enough to rise up and get their game board off of our backs?
I still cannot believe that everybody just went along with that COVID shit for 2 years. It blows me the fuck away.
Everybody.
Oh no,
Hashtag
people
pure
are
blood.
still going along with the coof. I
got
mean,
During that whole lockdown period, I had 3 visitors. Twice was my sheriff because he was supposed to be politicking at the time and nobody had let him in. He started coming by here because I was just wandering around like nothing was wrong. I was over there beating on the jet window going, "You motherfuckers is open 24 hours. Get this shit open. I need a pack of smokes and a freaking drink." Shutting down the Waffle House. I'm down there kicking it at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Pull your double mask up, you psychopath.
I wouldn't even, dude. The one time I did wear a mask, it was a Mandalorian mask. Full helmet.
Yep.
Well then.
Sorry, I'm just not playing that game. I don't have to participate in your delusions.
See, I've never been able to.
This at the time when we were in early 2020 and the shit was just kicking off. I said, "Be aware. If you let them do this one time, you are letting them do it forever."
Ever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was talking to somebody the other day about it, and they brought up the fact that, well, look back to the 1908, 1912 Spanish flu and how that did, and it turned out to just be another, thing of the flu, which is what this is turning into.
And the Spanish flu was exacerbated by the fact that it hit right at the end of the First World War when you had lots of people gathered together in places that were not their homes who were then going back to where their homes were. And obviously they carried the virus with them. So that's a once in a lifetime special circumstance.
There was a double barrel that took place during the Spanish flu. Not only were they coming back from war, we were also in the middle of one of the biggest depressions and recessions this country had ever seen. We didn't have a stock market in the same manner that we have now, or even did during the actual Great Depression, but it was a deeper and more destitute poverty, and there were bread lines everywhere.
And there was no public assistance.
You're right.
Yeah.
The smoking auditor just made a point. I don't think there's enough people that actually know how to fight to rise up anymore. They would have the National Guard wipe them out too quickly anyways because there's so many restrictions on the 2A.
Yeah, it's not an unfair point.
I'll tell you something else that has been concerning me for about the past 15, 20 years. About 10, 12 years ago, I went to my last militia meeting. And the reason I went was because the old guy that had been running it for 20 years was no longer running it. And his son and grandson, neither one of them stepped into it. And instead, there was this dude wearing a tactical Fed starter pack. And it wasn't just me. It was me and about 30 other people just stood up and walked out. As soon as we realized it was no longer going to be run by an actual veteran and was suddenly being operated as a branch of the federal government.
Yeah, not a stranger who glows in the dark.
Hey, who's fucking high glow, son? That bitch was danger red. Good God.
You know, what a lot of people don't understand, though, is that during our American Revolution, we took on an empire that controlled
the most
roughly
powerful empire in the history of the world.
25% of the planet, roughly, they controlled. And we did it with 3% of our population as active combatants. And they were all drunk farmers with antique rifles and hatchets and hammers. And we won.
And we have to give a shout out to the French Navy.
There's that.
I've got a song. Clarifies exactly how all this goes. Name of its founding fathers.
Yeah, you should hear what I sound like when I've been reading Thomas Jefferson.
And that should have pissed you off. You read enough of that shit. You get down in there and get to reading on it real good. You start understanding what they're meaning by the level of freedoms
probably the absolute favorite book I have in my library is the complete Adams Jefferson correspondence.
Yes, the Jefferson Papers, right? Or is it the Adams Papers? Dude, I read a whole mountain of that shit back in high school. I didn't have a whole lot else to do, being out there in the middle of the swamp with nowhere to go and nothing to do, no money. I basically just sat around libraries and checked out stuff out of libraries and learned to hack so I could get out of libraries on the computer.
Yeah, those are the Jefferson Papers.
Yeah. What? Y'all ready? Let's do this thing. This is the whitest kids you know, specifically Trevor Moore.
There we go.
The name is George Washington, but it's the general to you, or you could call me President 1, not 3 or 2. And you probably heard a lot of silly stories about me, but let me lay it down how raw I really used to be. I got a hemp operation back at the plantation, selling the stickiest shit around the new nation. So come run and find me if you wanna get high, cause honestly I got the bombest, I cannot tell a lie. Pick it dry, of course I'm gonna try. Bag it up and brick it and then just let them buy it. And if the Brits wanna come and take a piece of the cut, I'll raise a whole fucking army, let them see what's what. The king's like, yo, I gotta get paid. Cause y'all's a whole ocean away. And you can try to send some ships to come and make me pay up, but that's an awful long way just to suck these nuts. You get my fucking son. Take it, Thomas Jefferson.
Sell drugs, run guns, nail sluts, and fuck the law. We're founding fathers, we'll rush more shit, and we were all high as balls. The Declaration of Independence I wrote so high, I'm surprised it makes sense, but we find these truths to be self-evident. It goes puff, puff, pass, the next round you get skipped.
Abe Lincoln, I know what you're thinking. Greatest president ever, I'll have what he's drinking. Yeah, well see, that's where you'd be wrong. Cause if you wanna chill with me, you better go and grab that bomb. Or an apple or a can, see you do not understand. Favorite 27, cause that's just the way I am. I can see you're having a little trouble believing me. Then check this letter that I wrote, recorded down in history. Ahem. 2 of my favorite things are sitting on my porch and smoking a pipe of that sweet hemp, of course. That's a quote that I wrote while I was still in office, but enough of that, I am too high, I have to back up office. Where's my horse? I think I need to go and ride him home. I was supposed to leave about 420 rips ago. You see my hat? I like it. I kinda think it looks like a stove. Scratch it, pass it one more time, and let me hit it for the road.
Sell drugs, run guns, nail sluts, and fuck the law. We're founding fathers, we'll rush more shit, and we were all high as balls. And don't let them try to tell you we grew with just a rope. You can check what we wrote down in our harvest notes. We separated seeds that we found more potent. In layman's terms, we were into getting bent.
Smoking out the Continental Congress. Everybody's bitches be like all up on us. Patrick Henry's in the corner looking pretty well spent. Ben Franklin got so high he forgot to be president. Your girl just said she never had it hit so good. Smoked so many trees that my fucking teeth turn wood. And if they make a monument to me when I die, it'll be a giant abstract joint up in the sky. But you know they're gonna whitewash me, make up some corny shit about me chopping cherry trees. It's hard to control the people if the founders are thugs, so they'll just
It's
teach
not a joint, it's a 555-foot phallus.
But that just ain't the way it was. We set this whole place up with a hell of a buzz. So next time they try and tell you that this stuff is wrong, look at a dollar, light a blunt, fucking sing my song.
Sell drugs, run guns, nail sluts, and fuck the law. We're founding fathers, we'll rush more shit, and we were all high as balls. The Declaration of Independence I wrote so high, I'm surprised it makes sense, but we find these truths to be self-evident. It goes puff, puff, pass, the next round you get scared. The founders, and we found this.
Tell me that's not the boss's fucking song.
That's great.
That is awesome.
He's got a couple of really good ones. There's a few I can't play on YouTube.
Have you heard Samson yet?
Samson. I don't guess so.
I'm gonna have to go find it. There's a song he's got that fits everything that's going on. Let's see. Is that him?
Samuel the Infamous.
Okay.
There it is. What About Us? I got it. I think
That one's not copyrighted. So far, I don't think I've done anything that's copyrighted. Believe it or not.
This one I play on my videos and have not gotten a copyright strike at all.
Well, we will see. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Stop that. Jesus. Do it right. Now over here, I need to get it.
Be a consummate professional.
I'm working on it, dude. We're trying. We're working on it. We're gonna fake it till we make it, right? Besides, the technical issues are part of the show. Right?
Every time.
Ronaldo needs to perform better than this, frankly.
Lorenzo, get it right. He would be very put out and probably mess his
Lorenzo.
dress.
God damn, did I get the name wrong?
Damn sure did. I mean, Jim Eagle would be very, very disappointed in you.
Don't tread on me.
You'll have to call Jim Eagle Jim Sparrow now.
Gangster, it doesn't mean I'm country. It means that my life is in my hands only. I don't have money for security. I don't have armed guards that I keep snug around me. You don't think I deserve protection like you do, and that means you don't give a fuck about me. Gated community, that's what you live in. Hatred and mutiny, that's what we live in. So come down here and hang with us for a minute. See if you leave with the same fucking opinion. Who's gonna help me out if I get robbed? What if somebody were to beat up my mother? Who's gonna be there to save our lives? You? Nah, me, motherfucker. I'm the only one that's got my back. It's dog eat dog, these are not no cats. There's cops in Michigan that can't even respond to the calls because the cars ain't got no gas. Great. Police don't have any fuel. You don't know if they'll arrive when you call them. The babies are starving. My girlfriend can't find a tampon, and yet somehow you and I are the problem. I've never bought a gun without having my background scanned and approved. The only loophole I've seen on a gun is the one that you put a fucking lanyard through. It's not true that you can go to the store and just swipe your card and get a Glock and run. It's funny, the people that say that shit have literally never even shot one. Dumbass. Hey, Matthew McConaughey. Shut the fuck up. Just because you've murdered people on screen doesn't mean you know shit about guns, you dumb fuck. What? You worried about us? What about all of those violent movies that you played? How about you go talk to Alec Baldwin before you start telling me what to do, okay? Uvalde? I was by it. That's your hometown. You were born right by it. It probably cuts deep, and I hope that it does, because you work in an industry that glorifies violence. It's more your fault than it will ever be mine. The Lord only knows how many crimes that you've influenced throughout your whole career, because I've seen you kill people plenty of times. What do you think is going to cause a shooting? A YouTube video of a gun review? Or a Hollywood murder scene that seems so realistic it looks like it's from the news? So next time that you want to point your finger with a stupid opinion and chime in with it, remember, it ain't me that they're trying to be like, dog. It's you that they're trying to mimic. I feel way more safe in a place where the people are legally armed. If something happens like a mass shooting, I have a way less chance of being lethally harmed. The criminal is gonna think twice if he knows everybody is a piece underneath their clothes. And Mayor Lightfoot will probably tell you different, but have you seen Chicago? And no, before you... I don't want to be like Canada either, and I don't want to be like Australia. I'm sick of everybody using them as a humanity meter. There's a reason that they can do whatever they want to their citizens, like fucking throw them in camps. And there's a reason that our government doesn't even try that shit, because they know that they can't. If you don't think for one split second that if we didn't have our Second Amendment, the government wouldn't overstep its boundaries and make us do shit even when we're against it, you're out of your mind. I don't give a damn where you stand or how or what you vote. That's dandy and fine if you trust Uncle Sam, but I, for one, fucking don't. And why would I? What have they done? Give me a reason for me to believe them. They want to trade me a little security in exchange for a big ass piece of my freedom. They don't want to take away guns because they care about you and they want to keep you safe at night. They want to take away guns because it's easy to control people if they don't have any way to fight. Hey buddy, what your little AR-15 gonna do when the government comes to take it? Well, Ukraine started handing out rifles to all of the citizens when the Russians invaded, so what about that? I thought it wouldn't help. I guarantee that it'd be better than nothing. I hope it never does, but if the day comes, I bet that you're gonna wish that you had something. This is the only country on earth where the people have real strength. And nowadays, with all the shit going on, it's the only thing that makes me feel safe. If there's anything that I've learned in the past couple of years looking back at the pandemic, all of the shit that we have is fragile, and it could snap at any second. Fuck all of the politicians. I don't trust anything they say. Take the word gun out of gun control, and that's all that it is at the end of the day. I don't give a fuck how crazy you think that I look or I sound when I say this shit, but our Second Amendment's the only thing that stands between us and a dictatorship.
The Australian people were disarmed in 2012. By 2020, they were putting them in
I'm not a
camps.
security expert, so I won't act one. But I think that we could send over $50 billion to Ukraine. We could surely spend that much, or more, or less, here in our own country to fortify our schools and make them more secure so that every kid can get an education safe and sound. Place several
build a dozen border walls, too.
Every school across America. You know, real men who won't stand by for 45 minutes in the hallway while a shooting unfolds in front of their own eyes. And pay them well, too. There's veterans that need the work. Why not protect our kids the same way that we protect you? Politicians are protected by guns. Celebrities are protected by guns. Every important person that walks this earth is protected by a gun. But our kids, they're important, just not as much as you.
Solid stuff.
I'd have given that dude a double shot just for the mullet.
Front, party in the back.
If that was his real voice or a voiceover?
No, that was his real voice. No, that was his real voice. Yeah.
I wish I could play this one here. That woke song right there. That's a good one. But I got took down night before last for playing it twice. They let me get away with it for the intro, but when I played out Truth Be Told with it, they took me down.
Oh wow.
Naughty.
There's a Tom McDonald one that's awesome.
I like Little Darky too.
Yeah, you're all putting him down in Discord.
I like that song.
Let's see, which song was it?
USA?
No, it's one of his recent ones.
Oh, you're talking about Tom McDonald.
Yeah.
The Shooting of Dan McGrew by Robert Service. A bunch of the boys were whooping it up in the Malamute Saloon. The kid that handles the music box was hitting a jagtime tune. Back of the bar in a solo game sat dangerous Dan McGrew, and watching his back was his light of love, the lady known as Lou. When out of the night, which was 50 below, and into the din and glare, there stumbled a miner fresh from the creeks, dog dirty and loaded for bear. He looked like a man with a foot in the grave and scarcely the strength of a louse. I got this looped like 9 times. It's this point where they're all looking around at each other. There was none who could place the stranger's face, though we searched ourselves for a clue. But we drank his health, and the last to drink was dangerous Dan McGrew. There's men that somehow just grip your eyes and hold
Always
them
be afraid of a man with a neckerchief.
Such was he. Why would you mess with that man? Do you see him? He's in the desert dressed all in black. A dreary stare of a dog whose day is done. As he watered the green stuff.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't get on that man's bad side is all.
Hell no. And I can't point out he's surrounded. He looks around, doesn't give a shit.
In a felt hat, nonetheless.
Right?
Right?
Known as Lou. His eyes went rubbering round the room, and he seemed in a kind of daze, till at last that piano fell in the way of his wandering gaze. The ragtime kid was having a drink, and there was no one else on the stool. So the stranger stumbles across the room and plops down there like a fool. In a buckskin shirt that was glazed with dirt, he sat, and I saw him sway. Then he clutched the keys with his taloned hands, and my God, but that man could play. Were you ever out in the great alone when the moon was awful clear, and the icy mountains hemmed you in with silence you most could hear? Only a howl of a timber wolf, you camped there in the cold. A half-dead thing in stark dead world, clean mad for muck called gold. While high overhead, green, yellow, and red, the northern lights swept in bars. Then you've a hunch what music meant, hunger and night and the stars. And hunger not of the belly kind that's banished with bacon and beans, but the gnawing hunger of a lonely man for a home and all that it means. For fireside far from the cares that are four walls and a roof above, but oh so crammed full of cozy joy and crowned with a woman's love. A woman dearer than all the world and true as heaven is true. God, how ghastly she looks through her bruise, the lady that's known as Lou. Then on a sudden the music changed, so soft you could scarce hear, but you felt that your life had been looted clean of all that it once held dear, that someone had stolen the woman you loved, that her love was a devil's lie, that your guts were gone and the best for you was to crawl away and die. 'Twas the crowning cry of a heart's despair, it thrilled you through and through. I guess I'll make it a spread misery. Hey, Jonathan, welcome to the show, bud. McGrew. The music almost died away, then it burst like a pent-up flood, and it seemed to say, repay, repay, my eyes were blind with blood. The thought came back of an ancient wrong, it stung like a frozen lash, and the lust awoke to kill, then the music stopped with a crash. And the stranger turned, and his eyes they burned in a most peculiar way. In a buckskin shirt that was glazed with dirt, he sat, and I saw him sway. Then his lips went in a kind of grin, and he spoke, his voice was calm. And boys, says he, you don't know me, none of you care a damn. But I want to state, my words are straight, I'll bet my poke they're true, that one of you is a hound of hell, and that one is Dan McGrew. Then I ducked my head, and the lights went out, and two guns blazed in the dark, and a woman screamed, and the lights went up, and two men lay stiff and stark. Pitched on his head, pumped full of lead, was dangerous Dan McGrew, while the man from the creeks lay clutched to the breast of that lady that's known as Lou. These are the simple facts of the case, I guess I ought to know. They say that the stranger was crazed with hooch, and I'm not denying it's so. I'm not so wise as the lawyer guys, but strictly between us two, the woman that kissed him and pinched his poke was that lady that's known as Lou. Well, thank you all. Y'all have a good evening.
What was that tune in the background?
It's a YouTube, I think it's called Bird's Eye Blues, I think.
Oh, not bad.
I got this one going in the background currently. I got it muted because we was all talking, but this is a cool one.
I put a song in that.
Got a little Silent Night playing in the background for classical get fiddle. Look what I can do. I don't know. What's next? I have a show set up. I've been waiting for everything to kind of wind down to a point where we're out of things to do. I've got a couple of channels that I've dug up that are all on the same event. Are we familiar with the Carrington event?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So this ain't exactly Silent Night type storytelling. I think it was 1876 or somewhere around in that ballpark.
That sounds right.
There was a handful of electrical wires and whatnot that had been run, but not a lot of them. And so London, I think New York, part of DC, a bit of Atlanta, and a piece of LA were about the only things on earth. Chicago, there was the World's Fair was getting geared up over in that area. And so there was a handful of electrical lines actually set up. And a solar event took place that fried everything. It fried ships' radios. It fried batteries in cars. It fried solenoids on boats. It fried just the raw motors themselves. In some cases, would be completely slagged because they were facing.
It's still a matter of some controversy whether it was a solar flare or a gamma ray burst or what have you.
Or what it was. Yeah, we really don't know because every single thing we had on the earth that could measure it was burnt up by it. Everything.
And if it had happened 100 years later, it would have caused global chaos on an unprecedented scale.
A brand new dark age. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Anyway, I have a couple of videos over here that discuss wrong way. Well, that's a totally different show. This one is from Fascinating Horror. And it's a general discussion specifically of the Carrington event, which I would take as being something of a high watermark, because we do have some evidence that a heavier, more potent Carrington style event took place. But our only information comes from legends and myths and cave paintings.
Yeah, and if it had, we would have no verifiable way of knowing it because nothing was electrified back then.
Except the atmosphere. And all over the world, all over the world, around the same time period of about 12,000 years ago, all of the primitive villages and whatnot that made art began making a particular shape that is believed that was found in the sky. Because it's very similar the world over. It's almost like they all saw the same thing, and it was believed.
Yeah, and we see the same thing with ancient comet appearances. They are recorded by civilizations the world over that had no contact with each other, and that's why we know they are verifiable.
Right. So the shape of the Chi Rho is one of those energy shapes. It's a high energy shape. Whenever you discharge lightning in a vacuum, it doesn't come out as lightning. It comes out as an aurora. And when the aurora discharges from the atmosphere to the ground, it doesn't form a lightning bolt. It forms something shaped like a Chi Rho. Like the Christian fish thing, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's shaped like that, standing on its tail, because it's like a ginormous freaking Tesla ball. In order for voltages of that type to have been built up by the Earth's magnetosphere, it would have taken an event at least 6 times the size of the Carrington event. And the Carrington event is not even judged to be a very powerful one.
You described the same thing as ball lightning.
Ball lightning is a byproduct of pressure differentials and eddy currents in the air. When that discharges like a phosphorescence, it can go off in various directions, dissipating directly into the air, therefore appearing to be a ball. You don't want to touch it.
No.
That's where you get a lot of UFO sightings.
Right. And this happens around a lot around like Granite Mountains because of the piezoelectric effect. Whenever you have a high level of thunderstorm activity and stuff, you can get ball lightning effects off the top of it's not the granite, it's the quartz that's in the granite, but the granite acts as a very good seat, so it transfers the piezoelectric effect well. That would take a lot more math to actually explain.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not.
And I don't know any of it. I just do math for a living.
Okay, but you get what I'm saying. What's up, Tennessee Sam? How you doing, bud? Good to see you. But anyway, I'm gonna let this one roll for a few minutes. It's a 13-minute long video. Feel free to interrupt.
Hey, Bob, in private chat, I put a link to a video that I watch every day. And I'm going to show y'all a slice of the pie that is my heart. And it's not a long one. So when we close out, can we watch that?
28th of August, 1859, skies around the world lit up with spectacular displays of light. In some places, the heavens glowed red, as though reflecting a massive wildfire. Elsewhere, broad bands of white light were seen dancing across the night sky. For almost a week, skies around the world glowed so brightly that it was possible to read a newspaper at midnight. Everywhere, people gathered and gazed upwards, terrified and awestruck in equal measure. The vast majority had no idea what they were witnessing, and could only assume that it was a portent of the end of the world.
Hey, Hope
You
Singer.
default to religious prophecy when
Many
you have no reason to know any better explanation.
That could be seen during the week which followed the 28th of August, 1859. In Boston, the sky glowed red to such a degree that many who witnessed it believed that there was a fire burning over the horizon, at least until the red transmuted to a vivid green. Elsewhere, witnesses reported seeing columns of light moving across the sky, and spoke of multicolored rays and arches forming, coalescing and disintegrating. One account in the San Francisco Herald ran as follows. The whole sky appeared to undulate, something like a field of grain in a high wind. The waters of the bay reflected the brilliant hues of the aurora. Nothing could exceed the grandeur and beauty of the sight. The effect was almost bewildering, and was witnessed with mingled feelings of awe and delight by thousands. Such was the brightness of these lights that many people rose from their beds, thinking that dawn had arrived. A group of masons in South Carolina got up and started work on a job site before realizing it was still the middle of the night. And
A world with no clocks.
In Virginia, a railroad conductor,
Direct
angered by the
mechanical
sound of
clocks,
larks
if
singing
made
as
of
though it
proper
was morning,
materials, would be
when,
immune,
in fact, it was
and
only
sundials.
just 1 a.m., got out his pistol and shot 3 birds dead so that he could get back to sleep. At the same time, in Ohio, the sight of the night sky illuminated like a Christmas tree proved too much for one 16-year-old girl. Over the course of the week-long event, she became increasingly agitated, believing that the strange lights heralded the end of the world. She was ultimately committed to an insane asylum. At the same time as the Heavenly Light Show was sending the general population into a frenzy of fear and wonder, telegraph operators around the world were also experiencing bizarre and unexpected difficulties. Something was wrong with their equipment. In some places, telegraph operators received electric shocks and burns when they touched their telegraph keys, or witnessed sparks and arcing from telegraph wires. Elsewhere, operators discovered, much to their surprise, that they could unhook their batteries and still continue to transmit messages. Operators on the American telegraph line between Boston and Portland, after briefly marveling that they could work without batteries, went about their business sending the messages of the day as normal, batteries disconnected. Newspapers during the week of the event were dominated by accounts of the lights in the sky and the disruption of the telegraph system. In some cases, this was all that could be printed, since interruption of telegraph services meant that no news dispatches from the wider world had come in. All in all, these events defied explanation, leaving many to speculate that they were signs of the coming apocalypse. The actual explanation was rather less catastrophic, and would be uncovered by the report of a British amateur astronomer, Richard Carrington. On the 1st of September, 1859, he was in his private observatory on his estate just outside London, busily monitoring sunspots. Sunspots are dark patches often seen on the surface of the sun, and Carrington had devoted a great deal of time to tracking their movements, as he believed that their importance was only just beginning to be understood. While he was busy with his work, Carrington witnessed something unusual. 2 patches of intense white light appeared on the surface of the sun, flared briefly, and then disappeared. Intrigued, Carrington made a drawing to capture his observations, something he would later send to the Royal Astronomical Society as part of a complete report. Although he didn't know it at the time, Carrington had just witnessed 2 in a series of solar flares. Solar flares are violent events on the surface of the sun, which are almost always accompanied by the ejection of a huge quantity of energetic particles. Of course, the sun constantly emits a solar wind of such particles. Usually, we are completely protected from these by the Earth's own magnetic field. This field stops radiation from the solar wind from harming us and prevents it from degrading the atmosphere. Only a tiny amount of the material delivered by solar winds can penetrate our atmosphere.
Oh, it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to have to get off here.
The orientation of the Earth's magnetic field. This
All
is
right.
most likely to happen
I'll
at
catch y'all next time.
Yes,
Bye.
ma'am.
Bye, guys.
Boy.
lights.
See ya.
As the sun releases much more material than usual, a huge belch of magnetized plasma. When this is directed towards the Earth, Aurora Borealis becomes visible far beyond the poles. The solar flares witnessed by Carrington had just sent another massive dose of magnetized plasma on its way towards Earth. That evening, the terrifying and awe-inspiring lights in the sky would be seen again around the world. It would be some time, of course, before Carrington's report allowed the flares and the bizarre activity in the skies to be linked. When they finally were, it was decided that the event should be named in his honor, the Carrington event. Carrington would have every reason to be pleased to be remembered in such a way. After all,
Thank you,
the
Judd.
Carrington event made headlines around the world, and while it caused some disruption, it was far from deadly. At the time, it must have seemed a bizarre but momentous scientific discovery, not something that would pose any real danger to the world at large. The significance of the Carrington event, however, should not be missed. In 1859, electrical technology was relatively basic, with
I gotta
the
jump off too,
telegraph
brother.
system the only piece of technology.
It was, what's up?
I gotta jump off.
Yeah, brother. I appreciate you coming by. Good to see you.
Good to see you again, Captain.
In widespread use that was reliant on electrical power. Since then, much more of the world's infrastructure has come to be dependent on electricity. Which begs the question, what would happen should a Carrington-level event occur today? Unlike in 1859, it's fairly likely that we'd have some warning when a geomagnetic storm might affect the Earth. Systems currently in place should allow us at least one full day to prepare. And the long-term effects of the event would be very much dependent on that preparation. A quick and coordinated response would involve taking any systems that might be damaged by the event offline for its duration. In this best-case scenario, then, a Carrington-level event would mean a week of severe disruption the world over, but only a week. On the other hand, there is the worst-case scenario wherein we fail to prepare, or where we don't have sufficient warning of an incoming Carrington-level event. This would result in some of the most extensive blackouts ever seen, a simultaneous loss of power, loss of communications, and the failure of most modern technology. Planes would be grounded, hospitals left in the dark, traffic control in cities absent. Card-based transactions would be impossible. Refrigeration would fail. Banking services would be offline.
That is some pure
supply chains would
crazy
crumble.
stuff.
And this wouldn't necessarily be just for the duration of the event. If power
I might be
grids were
fixing to
not
drop.
taken offline to protect them before the event, permanent damage could be caused. Given the scale of some power grids, experts estimate that it could take as long as 10 years to completely recover from a worst-case scenario Carrington-level event. Finally, it should also be stressed that it really isn't a question of if, but when. Estimates vary, but it is thought by many that a Carrington-level event might strike the Earth, on average, once every 150 years. At the time of recording, it has been more than 160 years since the Carrington event. We are, by some measures, overdue. If you enjoyed this,
Crazy.
Yeah, so our entire civilization is loosely based around the. Wait a second, no, that's right. All right, so this is a measure on a modern event that missed the Earth. That my boy over here, Anton Petrov. I wonder if that actually worked.
I've heard of him.
Yeah, he has a huge YouTube channel. And that's basically all he does is like different astronomical stuff and astrophysics stuff. Well, see, the thing is, we don't really know that we're long overdue. We have no way to measure this. The previous notable instant of something like this happened was 12,000 years before the last one that we know happened, right? So anything since then is just time. I mean, previous to 1890, I don't think we would have, or 1850, we wouldn't have had anything constructed capable of noting this type of activity.
Sure.
So, right? So we have no idea.
So I believe you're absolutely correct.
And this is something that was recently identified in... Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton. And today we're going to be talking about a completely new discovery of something a little bit unnerving. An idea known as gigantic superflares. Solar flares
Now they're
so
gigantic.
extreme that they would actually dwarf anything we've ever witnessed and anything we've ever recorded for the past few hundreds of years. And this is something that was recently identified in one of the studies that, as always, you can find in the description below, and something that a lot of scientists believe would be extremely important for us to understand and potentially prepare for as well. A superflare of these proportions would be catastrophic to our society. But let's talk a little bit more about this, mostly because this is something that's basically completely new and something that nobody ever expected. And so what exactly do we know? Well, when it comes to our sun, we know that our sun generally seems to be a somewhat mild star. It doesn't really produce a lot of flares, it doesn't really create a lot of powerful emissions compared to some of the other nearby stars, and to some extent, it seems to be a somewhat sleeping giant. It's calm, and it's usually not awake. In contrast, our neighbor Proxima Centauri, the nearest star to us, is what you would call a flare star. It produces an extremely large amount of very powerful flares, many of which would hypothetically strip the atmosphere of the planet in just a few million years, especially since many of the planets around a typical flare star or a red dwarf would be way closer to the star compared to a typical G-type star such as our Sun. And many different studies came out in the last few years suggesting that many of these flares around red dwarfs would not really be hospitable to most of the life on those planets, with only one single study suggesting that in some cases these flares would only be affecting the polar regions of stars, not necessarily the planes of orbits where the planets are. But for the most part, today we believe that a typical red dwarf is not really that hospitable because of these flares. And when it comes to flares from our own sun, the typical event we normally mention is the so-called Carrington event. The extremely powerful magnetic event caused by an extremely massive coronal mass ejection that occurred back in 1859
and ended up producing aurora in some really remote regions, even close to the equator, while also causing a massive disruption to the early telegraph, even causing fire in several regions where the telegraphs were available. Even back then, the scientists were able to observe and document this magnetic storm, with the actual intensity being visible in this measurement right here that sort of goes way above the graph. And there's at least one paper you can find in the description that goes into more detail in regards to various aurora observed from Colombia back in 1859. But there were obviously some other geomagnetic storms as well, not as powerful, but powerful enough. There was one in 1921, there was one during the Second World War, and more recently there was one in 1989 that caused a severe blackout for several hours in the province of Quebec, essentially knocking out the entire electric grid of the province. But we've discussed a lot of this in one of the previous videos. The thing is, this is not at all what we're discussing today. Very recently the scientists identified something else, something even more extreme, something that's, to some extent, comparable to what you would have around a flare star. They've identified something they refer to as a geomagnetic superstorm. But before we talk about this, I also wanted to mention this particular study that recently came out as well, that actually identified at least one major problem with the current grid that could be easily affected by even a relatively minor geomagnetic storm. And this particular study focuses on the way we set up our cables that are used in the global communication network. Even though most cables are generally not going to be affected, today most of the communication is also done using what's known as a repeater, even when it comes to cables that run underneath the oceans. Today the cables are more or less protected, but every 50 kilometers or so, there's normally a repeater that makes sure that the signal stays strong. These repeaters are extremely vulnerable to various geomagnetic disturbances. And in this particular study, the investigation determined that a geomagnetic storm would actually knock most of them completely out of service, which in effect would surprisingly create not a World Wide Web, but a kind of an isolated web. Basically, you would have regions completely isolated from one another, mostly because of the way that the network is set up. For example, certain regions like Asia, where the hub itself is in Singapore and most of the locations are connected using shorter cables, would not really be affected as much, and in this case the network will survive and will create a kind of an Asia-Pacific wide web. And one of the main reasons why Singapore would not be affected as much is really because it's very close to the equator, where normally geomagnetic storms are at the weakest. But based on the seafloor composition and a lot of other grounding effects, certain regions on the planet, like for example Northeast US, would be way more affected than other regions. And so in this particular case, if such an event were to occur, it would very likely isolate Europe from North America and North America from Asia. But this is of course a little bit off topic and just something I wanted to mention based on one of the very recent studies. But in this case, we're talking about something similar to the Carrington event. However, both the Carrington event and a lot of other storms of the last 200 years are not even remotely comparable to what most likely happened in the year 775. Something that was at least 10 to possibly 100 times stronger in terms of geomagnetism. This particular solar superstorm was originally described in the paper you can find right here back in 2018.
Yeah, that's Toe. Hey Toe, how you doing, bud?
Tree samples that contain a much more elevated levels of carbon-14 compared to carbon-12. In this case, by the way, this is exactly how carbon dating works. Normally, by comparing carbon-14 to carbon-12, we can determine the age of a certain sample. But in trees, sometimes certain rings have a much
We're
more
only like
enriched levels of carbon-14.
3 thumbs
And
up
usually
from
this implies
50.
that something
I hear neat
extremely
things happen
energetic
after
happened
50.
somewhere out there. And though it could be potentially a supernova, a much more likely explanation is usually an extremely powerful solar flare. Or to be more exact, a coronal mass ejection that increases the amount of radiation and amount of magnetic particles reaching the planet, which then creates the geomagnetic storm. By the way, the reason why there's an elevated levels of carbon-14 is because carbon-14 is generally produced through the interaction of upper atmosphere with a lot of very powerful particles, such as galactic cosmic rays or very powerful solar rays.
Because Toe's the sweet one.
Which then turns into
You
carbon-14,
seem pretty
which then
sweet
is
to me.
captured by the plant and becomes part of the carbon cycle. But once in a while, scientists discovered these unusual carbon-14 spikes. And this one in 775 is one of the biggest ever found. This particular spike, or this particular event, was so powerful, as a matter of fact, that it sort of acquired its own name. Today it's known as the Miyake event, named after Fusa Miyake of Nagoya University, who originally identified these unusual observations. But when the scientists found this, they thought this would be some sort of an extremely rare, ultra-rare event, possibly once in maybe 10,000 years, maybe once in 100,000 years, something that our sun doesn't really go through a lot. And that's, of course, until this recent paper. It identified 2 more of these Miyake events in the last 10,000 years, specifically about 7,000 and 9,000 years ago, with both of these events just as powerful as the original Miyake event from 775. And what this, of course, implies is that,
hey, bud, welcome to the show.
3 of these extremely powerful solar emissions, or these very powerful geomagnetic storms, hit planet Earth in the last 10,000 years. Once again suggesting that these events are way more frequent than any of the scientists believed when they first identified this a few years ago. And since this implies something that's 10 to 100 times
2 more likes,
powerful
folks, and we
than
got
the
50.
Carrington event, these
I'll
types of
consider that a high
geomagnetic
point for my
superstorms
career.
would be completely devastating to our society. Moreover, we actually don't even know what kind of damage they would cause. At the moment, we don't even have basic understanding of smaller geomagnetic storms. We don't know how much damage even a smaller event would cause to our extremely interconnected society and civilization. And so trying to understand what exactly happened and how to prevent this would be extremely important for us. But I'm sure some of the future studies will most likely discuss this in more detail and possibly identify some dangers and some solutions. To me personally though, what was more interesting is to discover, well, how exactly do we know that this was from the sun and not from some sort of a supernova or some other energetic event, such as a gamma ray burst or some other unusual event? Well, technically it could be a nearby supernova, but because we generally know the frequency of these events in the nearby space, and we know most of this from studying other galaxies, scientists today do not think that this is possible. They don't think supernova happen frequently enough to be able to produce 3 of these events with the effects observable on planet Earth. In this case, the effects from the sun are just way more likely. And there's at least one study you can find in a description that establishes without a doubt that the 775 event was most likely a coronal mass ejection that created an extremely powerful geomagnetic storm. At the same time, to make this point even stronger, scientists generally compare different samples from different regions, and here they don't just look at trees. They also collect a lot of ice core samples and study the composition of various gases inside of them. So just like the trees accumulating carbon-14, a typical ice core will also accumulate isotopes known as beryllium-10 and chlorine-36. And so by measuring the amounts of isotopes compared to the more stable elements, and by then comparing this to ancient samples from various tree rings, we can start establishing various patterns in regards to the amount of radiation the planet was receiving, and specifically types of cosmic radiation that changes compounds into other compounds, and so in this case enriching the atmosphere in carbon-14 and beryllium-10. And also when it comes to tree ring samples, generally the scientists have already collected enough to sort of establish a timeline from the past 12,000 years or so. And so both the tree rings and the ice core samples in this case contain enough data to establish these 3 very powerful events. Interestingly enough, neither the tree rings nor the ice cores contain the Carrington event, and this actually suggests only one thing. Carrington event was probably extremely mild in comparison to these gigantic superflares or supercoronal mass ejections.
Kylie. My mama thank you too, but she did.
Extremely powerful geomagnetic storms. And there's also at least one paper that even suggests that ancient Chinese astronomers witnessed a lot of these aurora during the event in 776, which once again confirms that this was some sort of a geomagnetic storm. And so in the end, what does all of this mean? Well, for one, it suggests that our planet seems to be once in a while affected by extremely powerful geomagnetic storms. At least 3 of them happened in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, at least 80% of data is still not really fully analyzed, suggesting that even more of these events could be hiding in some of the tree rings, which also suggests that these events could be much more frequent than we originally thought. And also means that our sun is
for me too, Toe.
Giant
I'm happy
all.
for you.
It does once in
I
a while
like you
wake
2
up
times too.
and wakes up with an extremely powerful geomagnetic storm. But how likely are we to experience this in, in the next 100 years or so? Well, when it comes to Carrington events, The scientists today believe that there's about 12% chance that we're going to experience a Carrington event in the next 10 years, with the chance obviously increasing the more we wait. But when it comes to these extremely powerful magnetic storms, we just don't really have enough data yet. They could happen in the next 100 years, they could happen in the next 500 years, or they could happen maybe in the next few thousand years. Because we currently identified only 3 of them, there's just not enough data. But based on the data we have right now, we should be okay for at least 1,000 years from now. Nevertheless, considering how powerful this would be and what effects it might actually have on our society, studying this and trying to analyze this in more detail is probably one of the most important things we can do right now in order to preserve our current civilization and to try
Hey,
to
Freaky
prepare
Geek,
for a
welcome to the
potential
show. I
geomagnetic
appreciate
storm
it.
that could completely disrupt our way of
I've
life.
got a show planned
And
for
so
after
these
this show.
geomagnetic
I've
storms,
got
even
something
though
else
we
I'm
sort of
doing
got
as soon
lucky
as
with
all
them
this
in the
is
last few
done. And
decades,
Carthy,
might
you can
happen
hang
in
out for the
Japan
whole
now.
thing if you want to.
Anyway, on that
I ain't got
note,
shit.
I can talk more about this once the scientists discover more. But until then, thank you for watching. Subscribe if you still haven't. Check out the relevant links in the description below, and share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences. Maybe come back tomorrow to learn something else. Maybe
Thank you,
support this channel
Matthew.
on Patreon by joining the channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. And either way, stay wonderful. I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
All right. So I've got this other little setup I've been working on, and I've been trying to get this to work for a couple of tries. I want to have a Christmas Carol on my channel available somewhere, right? I can download it and re-upload it, but everybody does that. I want something a little bit different. So this is kind of what I've been working with. Something along these lines. Now we do away with this bit. Take this. No, not that. Is that the right one? Nope. Wrong one. That one. Damn it. Right. That's the one. That there. We're going to pare that down just a little bit better. Swole that up just a little bit more. Right. That should do her. Turn that off. And that off. And turn that on. Make sure. See, I'm working it out. I'm trying to figure out how to go about doing the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas set to the gameplay of New Vegas and have it make sense. The problem is New Vegas is set up in a way so that it's kind of linear. It doesn't put you on a rail, but the shit around you will prevent you from going places you're not supposed to go.
Ah, okay.
So what I'm trying to do is set it up so that I can go do the things I need to go do in sync with the book. But to do that, I have to play through the game damn near to the end and then edit and then play through it again, like film it the first time and then go back and play through it with an identical character playing through a second time so that I can mix in the original like first meeting of that location at the proper location in the book and it not screw up the storyline of the game. Otherwise, it makes no sense.
Yeah, that'll be very cool.
I'm also going to try to make the dude look like Hunter S. Thompson and run around with that 357.
You're right.
Pair of sunglasses and a Hawaiian shirt.
And a green visor.
If I could find one. I mean, in Vegas, it shouldn't be a problem.
Right.
Let me make sure that's not making noise and this ain't making noise. We're good. All right, now. Have I got, no, that's not right. Do. Here's my question though. Should we have a little bit of, where's it at? Uh-oh. Huh.
What's the matter?
I lost my background music. Okay, there it is. Oh, now that's going to crap out.
Stage
Fantastic.
1 of A Christmas Carol. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
This is going to be great.
For more information or to volunteer,
So this is like a 3.5 hour
visit
long reading, right? By one of the greatest narrators that
by Kyle
LibriVox has
Munley.
to offer.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens.
So I got.
I have read this ghostly little book.
No, I tried. I got copyrighted by some of the crap that was happening because I'm stupid. They took the stream down. So.
Me, may it haunt their
I need a solid gameplay piece that's long enough to cover this. So I can go back and download it and do it again.
1843.
You know.
Okay.
Stave 1.
But I just want to make sure everything's
Marley's
stable
ghost.
before I start up.
Marley was dead to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know, of my own knowledge, what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined, myself, to regard a coffin nail as the deadliest piece of ironmongery in the trade. But the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hands shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will, therefore, permit me to repeat, emphatically, that Marley was dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend, and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I'm going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night, in an easterly wind, upon his own ramparts, than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood years afterwards above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge, a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire, secret and self-contained, and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his voice.
Hey, I'm going to bounce out and I'll be right back, okay?
On his head,
Yeah, bud.
eyebrows, on his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about him. He iced his office in his dog days, and didn't thaw it 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm him, no wintry weather chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than he, no falling snow was more intent upon its purpose, no pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, Dark Master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked. To edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones called nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day. The candles were flaring in the windows of the neighboring offices, like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole, and was so dense without that although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by, and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who, in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room. And so, surely, as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore, the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome. His eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. "Christmas a humbug, Uncle," said Scrooge's nephew. "You don't mean that, I'm sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough." "Come, then," returned his nephew gaily. "What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough." Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said, "Bah!" again, and followed it up with, "Humbug." "Don't be cross, Uncle," said the nephew. "What else can I be?" returned the uncle. "When I live in such a world of fools as this. Merry Christmas! Out upon Merry Christmas! What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older, but not an hour richer? A time for balancing your books and having every item in 'em through round dozen of months presented dead against you? If I could work my will," said Scrooge indignantly, "every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled in his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should." "Uncle!" "Nephew," returned the uncle sternly, "keep Christmas in your
Hey, Blue
own
Lives
way,
Matter. Welcome
and
to the
let
show,
me
bud.
keep it in mine." "Keep it?" repeated Scrooge's nephew. "But you don't keep it." "Let me leave it alone, then," said Scrooge. "Much good may it do you. Much good it has ever done you." There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say, returned the nephew. Christmas among the rest, but I am sure I have always thought of Christmas time, when it has come round, apart from the veneration due its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. The only time I know of in the long calendar of the year when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on their journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good, and will do me good, and I say, God bless it. The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark forever. "Let me hear another sound from you," said Scrooge, "and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir," he added, turning to his nephew. "I wonder that you don't go into Parliament. Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow." Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he would. He went the whole length of the expression, and said that he would see him in that extremity first. "But why?" cried Scrooge's nephew. "Why?" "Why did you get married?" said Scrooge. "Because I fell in love." "Because you fell in love," growled Scrooge, as if that were the only one thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. "Good afternoon." "Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now?" "Good afternoon." "I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends?" "Good afternoon." "I am sorry, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So a Merry Christmas, uncle." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge, "and a Happy New Year." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word, notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. "There's another fellow," muttered Scrooge, who overheard him. "My clerk, 15 shillings a week, and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam." This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood, with their hats off, in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe," said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. "Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?" "Mr. Marley
Good to
has
see you,
been
Shirley.
dead these 7
Appreciate you
years,"
coming by.
Scrooge replied. "He died 7 years ago this very night." "We have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner," said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been 2 kindred spirits. At the ominous word, liberality, Scrooge frowned and shook his head, and handed the credentials back. "At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge," said the gentleman, taking his pen, "it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at this present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessities. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts, sir." "Are there no prisons?" asked Scrooge. "Plenty of prisons," said the gentleman, laying down the pen again. "And the union workhouses?" demanded Scrooge. "Are they still in operation?" "They are, still," returned the gentleman. I wish I could say they were not. The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor, then? Said Scrooge. Both, very, sir. Oh! I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course, said Scrooge. I'm very glad to hear it. Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude, returned the gentleman, a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time, of all others, when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. So what shall I put you down for? Nothing, replied Scrooge. You wish to be anonymous? I wish to be left alone, said Scrooge. Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there. Many can't go there, and many would rather die. If they would rather die, said Scrooge, then they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that. But you might know it, observed the gentleman. It's not my business, returned Scrooge. It's enough for a man to understand his own business, and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentleman withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labors with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more fastidious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened so that people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible, and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds, with tremulous vibrations afterward, as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corner of the court, some laborers were repairing the gas pipes, and had lighted a great fire in a brazier, round which a party of ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. A water plug being left in solitude, its overflowing sullenly congealed and turned to misanthropic ice. The brightness of the shops where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty mansion house, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as the Lord Mayor's house should. And even the little tailor, whom he fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and the baby sallied out to buy the beef. Foggier yet, and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold. If the good St. Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. But at the first sounds of "God rest ye merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay," Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog and even more congenial frost. At length the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill will Scrooge dismounted from his stool, and tacitly admitted the fact to the expected clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose," said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work." The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge, buttoning his greatcoat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning." The clerk promised he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill, at the end of a lane of boys 20 times in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt, to play at blindman's buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers that had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms, in a lowering pile of building up a yard where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for no one lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost shone or hung about the black old gateway of the house, that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about
Absolutely.
the knocker on the door.
I appreciate you coming by. I had a ton of fun with you, bud.
It is
You're
also
always
a
welcome.
fact
You know that.
Scrooge had
Fix your
seen
phone.
it night
It sucks.
and morning during his whole residence.
Get
in that
earbuds.
place. Also, that Scrooge had
Stop
as
complaining.
little of what is
Do my other
called
foot. Bring me
fancy
some milk and
about him
Pepsi.
as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, alderman, and livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without its undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face. It was not an impenetrable shadow as the other objects in the
I think
yard
we're going to
were,
be
but had
bad
a
guys.
dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It
I
was
don't
not
got nothing to
angry
shoot
or
shots with,
ferocious,
bud.
but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath or hot air, and, though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That, and its livid color, made it horrible. But its horror seemed to be in spite of the face and beyond its control, rather than a part of its own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted his candle. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door, except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on. So he said, "Pooh-pooh," and closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above, and every cask in the wine merchant's cellar below, appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door, and walked across the hall, and up the stairs, slowly, too, trimming his candle as he went. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good old flight of stairs, or through a bad young Act of Parliament. But I mean to say you might have got a hearse up that staircase and taken it broadwise, with the splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades, and done it easy. There was plenty of width for that and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa. A small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel, Scrooge had a cold in his head, upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual, old fire guard, old shoes, old fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in. Double locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed, nothing on such a bitter night. He was obligated to sit close to it and brood over it before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago and paved all round with quaint Dutch tiles, designed to illustrate the scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba,
I too like
messengers
knockers.
descending through the air on clouds like featherbeds, Abrahams, Belshazzars, apostles pulling off to sea in butterboats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts. And yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like the ancient prophet's rod and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape
Hey,
some
Woman Outdoors,
picture on
welcome to the show.
surface from the
There's a link over there
fragments of his
somewhere. We
thoughts,
chat about some crap.
there would
I
have
just
been a
got this
copy of
going
old
because I don't really
Marley's
have nothing
Dead
else to do.
on every one.
I'm trying to get
Humbug,
enough
said
game
Scrooge,
footage together to be able to
across
do
the
some of this
room.
stuff.
After several turns, he sat down again. As he threw his head back in the chair, his
Properly
glance
flavored
happened to
game
rest
footage, I
upon a
suppose.
bell, a disused bell that hung in the room and communicated, for some purpose now forgotten, with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment and with a strange, inexplicable dread that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound. But soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute, or a minute, but it seemed like an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun, together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks of the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below. Then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. "It's humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." His color changed, though, when, without a pause, it came on through the heavy door and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up, as though it cried, "I know him, Marley's ghost," and fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling like his pigtail, and his coat skirts, and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. No, nor did he believe it even now, though he looked the phantom through and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before. He was still incredulous, and fought against his senses. "How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "Much." Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you, then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular for a shade." He was going to say, to a shade, but substituted this as more appropriate. "In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley." Can you sit down?" asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. "I can." "Do it, then." Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. "You don't believe in me," observed the ghost. "I don't," said Scrooge. "What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?" "I don't know," said Scrooge. "Why do you doubt your senses?" "Because," said Scrooge, "a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are." Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel, in his heart, by any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart as a means of distracting his own attention, and keeping down his terror, for the spectre's voice disturbed the very marrow in his bones. To sit staring at those fixed glazed eyes in silence for a moment would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of its own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case, for though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapor from an oven. "You see this toothpick," said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. "I do," replied the ghost. "You're not looking at it." "But I see it," said the ghost, "notwithstanding." "Well," returned Scrooge, "I have but to swallow this, and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you, humbug!" At this the spirit raised a frightful cry and shook.
The point that he's trying to make is that Marley could be nothing more than a nightmare caused by an upset stomach because of some underdone bit of potato, right? So, basically, his first assumption is that he's having a bad dream.
Shook its chains with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy," he said, "dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?" "Man of the worldly mind," replied the ghost, "do you believe in me or not?" "I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, "that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. Oh, woe is me, and witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth, and turned to happiness." Again the spectre raised a cry, and shook its chains and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are fettered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it link by link, and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. "Or would you know," pursued the ghost, "the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain." Scrooge glanced about him on the floor in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. "Jacob," he said imploringly. "Old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob." "I have none to give," the ghost replied. "It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest. I cannot stay. I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house. Mark me, in life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me." It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. "You must have been very slow about it, Jacob," Scrooge observed, in a businesslike manner, though with humility and deference. "Slow," the ghost repeated. 7 years dead," mused Scrooge, "and traveling all the time." "The whole time," said the ghost. "No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse." "You travel fast?" said Scrooge. "On the wings of the wind," replied the ghost. "You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years," said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry, and clanked its chains so hideously in the dead silence of the night that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for a nuisance. "Oh, captive bound and double-ironed," cried the phantom, "not to know that ages of incessant labor by mortal creatures for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one's life's opportunity misused. Yet such was I. Oh, such was I." "But you are always a good man of business, Jacob," faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. "Business!" cried the ghost, wringing its hands. "Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. the dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business. It held up its chain at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again. At this time of the rolling year, the spectre said, I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me? Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. "Hear me!" cried the ghost. "My time is nearly gone." "I will," said Scrooge, "but don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob, pray." "How it is that I appear before you in a shape that you can see, I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day." It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the perspiration from his brow. "That is no light part of my penance," pursued the ghost. "I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate, a chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer." "You were always a good friend to me," said Scrooge. "Thank ye." "You will be haunted," resumed the ghost, "by 3 spirits." Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghost's had done. "Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?" he demanded in a faltering voice. "It is." I think I'd rather not," said Scrooge. "Without their visits," said the ghost, "you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow, when the bell tolls 1. "Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?" hinted Scrooge. "Expect the second on the next night at the same hour, the third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate.
I appreciate it, Judd. Thank
no
you.
more,
Thank you so
and
much.
look that, for your own sake, you remember what has passed between us." When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table and bound it round its head as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again, and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude, with its chain wound over and about its arm. The apparition walked backward from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little, so that when the spectre reached
sleep well.
it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped. Not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was, clearly, that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window, and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double locked, as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say humbug, but stopped at the first syllable, and being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. End of Stave 1. Stave 2 of A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 2, the first of the three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavoring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes when the chimes of a neighboring church struck the 4 quarters, so he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went on from 6 to 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12, then stopped. 12! It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have got into the works. 12! He touched the spring of his repeater to correct this most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12, and stopped. "Why, it is impossible," said Scrooge, "that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It is impossible that anything has happened to the sun, and this is 12 at noon." The idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to rub the frost off with the sleeve of his dressing gown before he could see anything, and could see very little then. All he could make out was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro and making a great stir, as there unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off bright day and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after sight of this first exchange, pay to Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge or his order, and so forth, would have become a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. Scrooge went to bed again and thought, and thought, and thought it over and over and over, and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavored not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again, like a strong spring released to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3 quarters more, when he remembered, on a sudden, that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour had passed, and, considering that he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution in his power. The quarter was so long that he was more than once convinced he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. Ding dong. 1/4 past, said Scrooge, counting. Ding dong. 1/2 past, said Scrooge. Ding dong. 1/4 to it, said Scrooge. Ding dong. The hour itself, said Scrooge triumphantly, and nothing else. He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it did now with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, starting up into a half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. So close to it as I am to you now, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view, and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and, in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was, that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright, clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality, for as its belt sparkled and glittered now in one part and now in another, and what was light one instant, at another time was dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctness, being now a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away, and in the very wonder of this it would be itself again, distinct and clear as ever. "Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?" asked Scrooge. "I am." The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if instead of being so close beside him, it were at a distance. "Who and what are you?" Scrooge demanded. "I am the ghost of Christmas past." "Long past?" inquired Scrooge, observant of its dwarfish nature. "No, your past." Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why, if anybody could have asked him, but he had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be covered. "What!" exclaimed the ghost. "Would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light I give? Is it not enough that you are one of those whose passions made this cap, and forced me through whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow?" Scrooge reverently disclaimed all intention to offend, or any knowledge of having wilfully bonneted the spirit at any period in his life. He then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. "Your welfare," said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would be more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately, "Your reclamation, then. Take heed." It put out its strong hand as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm. "Rise, and walk with me." It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm, and the thermometer a long way below freezing, that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing-gown, and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at the time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication. "I am mortal," Scrooge remonstrated, "and liable to fall." Bear but a touch of my hand there, said the spirit, laying it upon his heart, and you shall be upheld in more than this. As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood upon an open country road, with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was a clear, cold winter day with snow upon the ground. "Good heaven!" said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked about him. "I was bred in this place. I was a boy here." The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odors floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys and cares long, long forgotten. "Your lip is trembling," said the ghost. "And what is that upon your cheek?" Scrooge muttered, with an unusual catching in his voice, that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would. "You recollect the way?" inquired the spirit. "Remember it?" cried Scrooge with fervor. "I could walk it blindfold." "Strange to have forgotten it for so many years," observed the ghost. "Let us go on." They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them, with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits, and shouted to each other until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. "These are but shadows of things that have been," said the ghost. "They have no consciousness of us." The jocund travelers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them every one. Why was he rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them? Why did his cold eye glisten and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas as they parted at crossroads and byways for their several homes? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas! What good had it ever done him? "The school is not quite deserted," said the ghost. "A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still." Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. They left the high road by a well-remembered lane and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick with a little weathercock-surmounted cupola on the roof and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for its spacious offices were little used, their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken, and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach-houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within, for entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold, and vast. There was an earthly savour in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight, and not too much to eat. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them, and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form and wept to see his poor forgotten self as he used to be. Not a latent echo in the house, not a squeak and scuffle from the mice behind the paneling, not a drip from the half-thawed water-spout in the dull yard behind. Not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door, no, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with a softening influence, and gave a freer passage to his tears. The spirit touched him on the arm, and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly, a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window, with an axe stuck in his belt, and leading by the bridle an ass laden with wood. "Why, it's Ali Baba!" Scrooge exclaimed in ecstasy. "It's dear old honest Ali Baba! Yes, yes, I know! One Christmas time when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come for the first time just like that. Poor boy! And Valentine, with his wild brother Orson, there they go! And what's his name, who was put down in his drawers, asleep at the gates of Damascus? Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom, turned upside down by the genie, there he is upon his head. Serve him right, I'm glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess?" To hear Scrooge expending all the earnestness of his nature on such subjects in a most extraordinary voice between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face, would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city, indeed. "There's the parrot!" cried Scrooge. "Green body and yellow tail, with a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of its head. There he is! Poor Robinson Crusoe, he called him when he came home again after sailing round the island. Poor Robinson Crusoe, where have you been, Robinson Crusoe?" The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. There goes Friday, running for his life to the little creek. Hallo! Hoop! Hello! Then, with a rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said, in pity for his former self, "Poor boy," and cried again. "I wish," Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking about him after drying his eyes with his cuff. "But it's too late now." "What is the matter?" asked the spirit. "Nothing," said Scrooge. "Nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something, that's all." The ghost smiled thoughtfully and waved its hand, saying as it did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked lathes were shown instead. But how all of this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, that there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in, and put her arms around his neck, and often kissing him, addressed him as her "dear, dear brother." "I have come to bring you home, dear brother," said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh. "To bring you home, home, home." "Home, little Fan?" returned the boy. "Yes," said the child, brimful of glee. "Home, for good and all. Home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be, that home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed, that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home, and he said yes, you should, and sent me in a coach to bring you. And you're to be a man," said the child, opening her eyes, "and are never to come back here, but first we're to be together all Christmas long, and have the merriest time in all the world." "You're quite a woman, little Fan," exclaimed the boy. She clapped her hands and laughed, and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again, and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him, in her childish eagerness, towards the door. and he, nothing loath to go, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box there!" And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlour that ever was seen, where the maps upon the wall and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows were waxy and cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine, and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered installments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meagre servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he had rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied to the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster good-bye right willingly, and, getting into it, drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoar frost and snow off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. "Always a delicate creature, whom a breath might have withered," said the ghost. "But she had a large heart." "So she had," cried Scrooge. "You're right. I will not gainsay it, spirit. God forbid." "She died a woman," said the ghost, "and had, as I think, children." "One child," Scrooge returned. "True," said the ghost. "Your nephew." Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind, and answered briefly, "Yes." Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here, too, it was Christmas time again. But it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door, and asked Scrooge if he knew it. "Know it," said Scrooge. "I was apprenticed here." They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig, sitting behind such a high desk that if he had been 2 inches taller he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement, "Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again!" Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice, "Yo-ho there! Ebenezer! Dick!" Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow prentice. "Dick Wilkins, to be sure," said Scrooge to the ghost. "Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick, dear, dear." "Yo-ho, my boys," said Fezziwig. "No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer." "Let's have the shutters up," cried old Fezziwig, with a sharp clap of his hands, "before a man can say Jack Robinson." You wouldn't believe how fast those two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters. 1, 2, 3. They had 'em up in their places. 4, 5, 6. Barred 'em and pinned 'em. 7, 8, 9. And came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses. "Hilly-ho!" cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility. "Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick! Cheer up, Ebenezer!" Clear away! There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off as if it were dismissed from public life for evermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers, whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin, the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. In came the boy from over the way, who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from next door, but one who was proven to have had her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they came anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping, old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couples starting off again as soon as they got there. All top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" And the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But scorning rest upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home exhausted on a shutter, and he were the brand new man resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. There were more dances, and there were forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told it him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. Top couple, too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them, 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance and had no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher, and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would have become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle, and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs and came upon his feet without a stagger. When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and, shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 prentices, they did the same to them. And thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter.
Much love, brother. I appreciate you coming by, Smoking
During
Auditor.
the
It's
whole
good to see
of
you.
this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self. He corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude." "Small!" echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the 2 apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said, "Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?" "It isn't that," said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter self. "It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune." He felt the Spirit's glance and stopped. "What is the matter?" asked the Spirit. "Nothing particular," said Scrooge. "Something, I think?" the ghost insisted. "No," said Scrooge. "No. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk
Good
just
night,
now.
bud. Hearts and
That's all."
butterflies.
His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. "My time grows short," observed the Spirit. "Quick!" This was not addressed to Scrooge, or to anyone whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of his life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes there were tears, which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. "It matters little," she said softly. "To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to, I have no just cause to grieve." "What idol has displaced you?" he rejoined. "A golden one." "This is the even-handed dealing of the world," he said. "There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth." "You fear the world too much," she answered gently. "All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one, until your master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?" "What then?" he retorted. "Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you." She shook her head. "Am I?" "Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so, until, in good season, we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man." "I was a boy," he said impatiently. "Your own feeling tells you that you are not what you are," she returned. "I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and can release you." "Have I ever sought release?" "In words, no, never." "In what, then?" "In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, in everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight." "If this had never been between us," said the girl, looking mildly but with steadiness upon him, "tell me you would seek me out and try to win me now." "Ah, no." He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition in spite of himself, but he said with a struggle, "You think not?" "I would gladly think otherwise if I could," she answered. "Heaven knows, when I have learned a truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl? You, who in your very confidence with her weigh everything by gain. Or, choosing her, if for a moment you were false enough to your one guiding principle to do so, do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart for the love of him you once were. He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed. You may. The memory of what is past half makes me hope you will have pain in this. A very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly as an unprofitable dream from which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you have chosen. She left him, and they parted. Spirit, said Scrooge, show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me? One shadow more, exclaimed the ghost. No more, cried Scrooge. No more. I do not wish to see it. Show me no more. But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both arms and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in another scene and place, a room, not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like the last that Scrooge believed it was the same, until he saw her, now a comely matron, sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there were more children there than Scrooge in his agitated state of mind could count. And, unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, they were not 40 children conducting themselves as one, but every child conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, and no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and daughter laughed heartily and enjoyed it very much. And the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands most ruthlessly. What would I not have given to be one of them? Though I never could have been so rude, no, I wouldn't for the wealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down. And for the precious little shoe, I wouldn't have plucked it off, God bless my soul, to save my life. As to measuring her waist in sport as they did, bold young brood, I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown round it for a punishment, and never come straight again. And yet I should have dearly liked, I own, to have touched her lips, to have questioned her, that she might have opened them, to have looked upon the lashes of her downcast eyes, and never raised a blush, to have let loose those waves of hair, an inch of which would be a keepsake beyond price. In short, I should have liked, I do confess, to have the lightest license of a child, and yet to have been man enough to know its value. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued that she, with laughing face and plundered dress, was borne towards it the center of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling and the onslaught that was made on the defenseless porter. The scaling him with chairs for ladders to dive into his pockets, despoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, hug him round his neck, pommel his back, and kick his legs in irrepressible affection. The shouts of wonder and delight at which the development of every package was received. The terrible announcement that the baby had been taken in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into his mouth, and was more than suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey glued on a wooden platter. The immense relief of finding this a false alarm. The joy and gratitude and ecstasy, they were all indescribable alike. It is enough that by degrees the children and their emotions got out of the parlor, and by one stair at a time up to the top of the house, where they went to bed, and so subsided. And now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever, when the master of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother at his own fireside. And when he thought that such another creature, quite as graceful and as full of promise, might have called him father and been a springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim.
Hey, Hammer Tom, welcome to the show, bud.
Belle, said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile.
Good to see you.
I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon. Who was it? Guess. How can I? Tut, don't I know? She added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed. Mr. Scrooge! Mr. Scrooge it was! I passed his office window, and as it was not shut up, and he had a candle inside, I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear, and there he sat alone. Quite alone in the world, I do believe. Spirit, said Scrooge in a broken voice, remove me from this place. I told you these were shadows of the things that have been, said the ghost, that they are what they are. Do not blame me. Remove me, Scrooge exclaimed. I cannot bear it. He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which some strange way there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. Leave me, take me back, haunt me no longer. In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connecting that with its influence over him, he seized the extinguisher cap, and by a sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirit dropped beneath it, so that the extinguisher covered its whole form. But, though Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light, which streamed from under it in an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and, further, of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. End of Stave 2. Stave 3 of A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 3, the second of the three spirits. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, and, lying down again, established a sharp lookout all round the bed. For he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plumed themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and, being usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter. Between which opposite extremes, no doubt, there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as hardly
Does my
as
character
this,
not look
I
like
don't
me?
mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not, by any means, prepared for nothing, and, consequently, when the bell struck 1 and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, A quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and center of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and by which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant, or would be at, and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be, at that very moment, an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person and not the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done to it. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called to him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there. And such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many and many a winter season gone by. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense twelfth cakes, and seed. Eating bowls.
Yeah, let's go. I ain't the first with the curse, with the thirst that I wanna be better, not worse, man it hurts. I'm on this earth with my words and I put them all together, insert, cause I wanna have worth. Working hella hard till they put me in the dirt. Gonna go far, man, listen to my words. Gonna be a star, man, life's like a blur. When you're working this hard, yeah, you get what you deserve. Yeah, I ain't taking a backseat, I'm passing anybody else who is rapping, I'm nasty. Ain't nobody able to catch me, they gasping. They cannot compare, they can't match me, I'm at half speed. I got your girl and she laughing and dancing, hanging on my butt, she asking to crash with me. Smash with me, she savage, she wants cash money, and she knows that I live lavishly. I wanna live, I'm cold inside. Give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive. One day I'll have what I want. I want the whole world in the palm of my hand. I got a plan, I'm the man. Now I'm teaching the game, a veteran, better than anybody else who tests me. I'm ready, looking in my hand and it's steady. I'm trending, ascending and blending, lyrical bending. Now I'm spreading and getting my name out now. Yeah, they hearing me laugh. All the crowds repping the sound. I'm hitting the ground, running, up and coming. Ain't nothing, yeah, rookie of the year. I'ma keep it 100, cold-blooded, no budget. From nothing to something, I ain't bluffing.
That was weird. Let's see if we can figure this out. Where's my stuff at? All right, correct me if I'm wrong. But isn't damn it, that's echoing on me. Isn't Charles Dickens public domain? I mean, what, didn't he die before copyright was a thing? I can't find my proper buttons. There it is. See what we can work out over here. All right. No, that wasn't what I meant. This. All right. All it says, streams are interrupted when copyrighted material is being detected. I wonder what part of that was copyright, because as far as I could tell, I was playing Silent Night and a public domain audiobook. I suppose it's possible that LibriVox may actually hold the YouTube copyright to that particular version of that audiobook. But if it opens with every single bit saying this book is in the public domain, it makes you wonder though, don't it? Really weird. I think Smoking Auditor went to bed about 20 minutes ago. Also, that was at exactly that was coming up on the 4-hour mark. It was like they just up and decided to just, why would you copyright Dickens? That doesn't make a lick of sense. Not a lick of sense. Is Red Dead copyrighted somehow? I mean, there's no sound coming through from it. That's ridiculous, right? That would be silly. Oh, you know what? I bet they're just hitting everything that goes over X number of hours. Because I mean, that shit came down like right as I was approaching the 4-hour mark. It came back up at the 4-hour mark. Well, that makes me very sad. That's the second time I've tried to do that. And the last time I played a song I know was copyrighted, and I got away with it the first time. I thought I got away with it. Well, I thought they hit me with the takedown for the song. But if it was Dickens, I should be able to contest that, right? That's very strange. Very, very strange. Well, that certainly limits the amount of things I can do. I mean, no, like I said, Charles Dickens died before copyright, so that's not the issue. I could probably read the book and that would be fine. It has to be something to do with that particular version of it, because it is really, really, really good. Although it opens every stave with this is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox is in the public domain. I guess public domain might not necessarily mean non-copyright, but I certainly fucking thought that's what it meant. And so that puts me in a bit of a downward tight spot. So you can't trust LibriVox. Who can you trust? Boy, look at that mess. It just trashed out everything I had going on, didn't it? Well, I mean, I could almost believe that, except for the fact that it hit at exactly the same point it hit at last time. It takes a little. I got took down for Charles Dickens, and I thought I was wrong about that last time because I had played a song around the same time I got took down. So I'm very confused. I don't even know what to make of it because I've done this before and didn't catch any kind of copyright anything. Not with Charles, not with A Christmas Carol, but with I can't remember. I think it was oh God, my brain is cooked. The Pirates, the Airsats Pirates. I played it all the way through. Didn't have an issue with it. And it's public domain. It's not non-copyright. It's public domain. So I'm at a little bit of a loss. And it's the weirdest looking copyright notice I've ever seen in my life. I've seen two of these now. Yeah, identical. But it doesn't tell me who copyrighted it. It just says copyright material may have been detected. We'll let you stream again when you're not doing that. Don't do that. It's weird. The play did, and they let him play it through. That's what I don't get. Is like I went specifically looking for a public domain thing, and I fucking know it's public domain. There's no doubt in my mind. It is absolutely public domain from an open source. I may. Yeah, baby. I hear you, ATO. You got you some chips? You'll crunch for me. Between you and Car Thief News, sound is just a fiction around us. I love it. It's great. Like, for the real, are you going to be Tinkerbell? Oreos are doo-doo. That's nice and crunchy. But I got one problem with that, AJOT. I'm just not seeing you thinking happy thoughts. I don't see Tinkerbell flying a whole lot. Ain't this messed up? This totally messed up. Because here's the thing. I was sitting here playing my video game and listening to Charles Dickens, and I really wanted to finish The Christmas Carol. I really, really, really did. And why would it let me do 3/4 of the freaking book and then boot it? That's the weirdest shit. That's so strange. I'm that one that's got to tag Tiger Lily. Yes, sir. All right. Let's rock out with my cock out then. If you're going to be mean, I'll be mean back. We'll do it this way.
This first clip, the pilot accidentally gives a passenger announcement to the ATC.
On behalf of Captain Mike Glenn and all of the rest of the crew, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for choosing to fly with Qantas, the Spirit of Australia. Hope you have a great Christmas and New Year period, and we look forward to seeing you next time you fly. Thanks for your attention and have a great evening. What did you say the captain's name was? Oh no. It was lovely. Oh yeah. You get that, don't you?
On the 1457 Kennedy ground, good afternoon. Good news and bad news. What do you want first?
Oh, wow.
Just say good news.
There's no ground stop to Atlanta.
Alright.
Want the bad?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
I can't let you go till 41 minutes after the hour because there are too many of you trying to go there at the same time.
Alright. Well, I think we should go first because this is our last leg home.
I have other good news for you, though.
What's that?
Just saved a bunch of money on my car insurance from switching to Geico.
Right. Okay. Where do you want us to hang
out? You know what? When the company comes by an Alpha, you can follow him. Just go Alpha Quebec to hold short of Pop Echo.
Had a taxiway Bravo right before November Bravo.
You got a hat on November Bravo, you said?
That's affirmative.
Okay. A hat. Any prototype vehicle on frequency?
Kennedy ground, you got 9-4.
There's a hat on taxiway Bravo and November Bravo. If you could go take a look.
Okay, I'm heading over. 9-4.
Red Sox hat.
Go Sox.
Thanks, 9-4.
Now, this one isn't funny, but it's still very interesting to watch.
Clear line 13 Delta 1999.
Delta 1086. Delta 1086. Delta 1086. Delta 1086.
So we have to work for a chance at a family while the other people don't have to work and just live off of what we produce. We're playing Russian roulette out there, and they're just getting a free ride off our blood, sweat, and
In this video, we're going to be looking at funny chats between pilot and air traffic control.
already?
In this first clip,
gotta
the
stop.
pilot accidentally gives
Just
a passenger...
quit it. That's not what I'm after. Okay. There's another one. I went and did some YouTube archaeology, paleontology. Anybody see it? It's this one right here from Jawed. Jawed uploaded the very first YouTube video. Supposedly, it's him at the zoo. So go check that one out if you've never seen it. YouTube's being mean to me. They won't let me do the things I want to do that I'm very, very sure that it's all public domain. Oh, yeah? That's cool. Never worked in an airport. Scully's what? All right, bud. I'm sorry that intermission kicked in, but I sat there silent for a while and it didn't change anything. They didn't let me back up, so I turned on some loud ass music so that maybe somebody would fucking notice and flip the switch back on. Maybe they went to sleep too, nodding out the Dickens. Like, oh. All right. I want to take a look at I can't remember the guy's name. The actors is trying to disprove gravity or whatever. I got a hour-long video to check out on that one. I want to bring in a couple of folks to look at it. That was 20 minutes. I was going to show it earlier. I guess the link is still in the description. But none of y'all are familiar with Shamima Begum, are you? So, I might have to take that challenge. Threaten me with a good time. How did I miss that? It even let it come up in YouTube. How did I miss that? That's crazy. No, Shamima Begum is a Mohammedan of some description. I don't know exactly which kind, but she spoke out against her adopted country of the UK and had a whole bunch of like fairly nasty things to say about it, and that other people that were doing very controversial things were right and the UK were wrong, which, you know, is, as it may be. But she went as far as leaving the UK for a caliphate. And she spent some 9-10 months or something off in the caliphate, and then the caliphate fell. Once it fell, she started trying to petition to get back into the UK, which, by the way, is her second or third refugee stop, right? So she's already fled a refugee. I think it was France, Germany or something, but she wants to go back to the UK. And the guy who does this is one of my favorite YouTubers. In fact, back before, back when I was still just some old troll. Oh no, don't do that.
Hello, everyone.
Okay. Back when I was just some old troll, I would watch this guy's videos and try to imagine what kind of video I would want to do if I was going to do that type of content, right? And more or less, he does kind of a political discourse of basic news stuff in conjunction with like your Twitter and internet crap, you know, that kind of stuff. But I just like his voice. His voice really soothes my autism for some reason.
Before we start today's video, if you could all do me a solid and lightly tap the like button, perhaps share the video about and leave a comment. If you are not subscribed, subscribe as well. It would greatly help this channel. Thank you very much.
Well, isn't this just fantastic?
Hello everyone, welcome to another edition of Where Are They Now? Today we're going to be covering somebody that has a playlist on my channel. I am not going to play all 15 videos. I'm going to play the more recent ones from this year, clips that are relevant, and I'm going to give you the Cliff's Notes of all the other ones, because I think it's only right. Honestly, if I went through each video in turn, this video would just be me playing back clips for the entire video and not adding anything new to the discussion. And there is certainly a discussion we need to have concerning how she got to where she went, her caliphate, her vaunted caliphate, Raqqa, along with who convinced her to do so. On the screen is a thumbnail image. This is the thumbnail image I used for the majority of the videos in the playlist. The first video is titled Shamima Begum Origins, because Shamima had been on the news. She had had 3 children. She gave an interview exclusively to Sky, or was it ITV, explaining that she was a British citizen and at the age of 15 had left the United Kingdom with 2 friends. Neither of them are alive. She's the last one standing. That includes 2 of her previous children, now 3 F for all of them, and it is genuinely tragic they are no longer with us. My view then was the same as it is now. Those children should have been given asylum back in the United Kingdom, not with Shamima though. Shamima was begging to come home, but in the interview she made a number of points justifying her caliphate's existence and responses, like for example the Manchester bombing at the Ariana Grande show, I believe. She justified it by saying, well, we had an airstrike, so it seemed only right, which was a rather deluded thing to say. I do believe at that point she'd only just given birth, and so she was a bit all over the place. As a response to this, video number 2, the Home Office and Sajid Javid, then Home Secretary, revoked her citizenship. Under international law, you're not allowed to be stateless, i.e. not have a citizenship in a country. Thankfully, Shamima's father is Bangladeshi. Video 3, her father supported the United Kingdom's decision in this because he does not like Shamima. Her family back home want her back in the United Kingdom, but when journalists went around Bethnal Green where she came from, they were about 2/3 get her out of here, we don't want her anywhere near this place ever again. The other third were, oh, but she's only young and made a little mistake. In the fourth video, she said sorry, but I think we can all agree it was insincere and entirely because the backlash was quite significant and she finally understood the consequences of her actions. In the fifth video, her husband, a Dutch bloke who she was given to, wants to go home. He's in prison because he's a terrorist. Of course he's in prison. He will serve his time and then he will be allowed probably to go back to the Netherlands, where he'd like to continue his lovely, lovely married life with Shamima. Good luck with that. In the sixth video, blame the United Kingdom. Yes, do I need to explain any more about that? No. 7. The morality police, because Shamima was alleged to have been a part of it. She at the time was living in Camp Rouge, ROJ, I believe Camp Sunshine as well, or is that the same place? It is believed that she was a part of the morality police, those that were making sure all the other Wamins who lived within the caliphate were obeying the word of Allah, or was it just the other dickheads in charge? In the 8th video, psychological treatment, Shamima cited her poor mental health as a reason for her desperately needing to come home while her appeal was pending, because she was appealing this. Her lawyer genuinely believed that she needed to be back in the United Kingdom to appeal this in person, a point of contention from the Home Office and I'd argue myself as well. She was considered a criminal in Syria, therefore she must serve her time there until she is free. Video 9 was a Halls of Injustice, catching up with everything she had done and laying it out there that I firmly believed she should stay there for the time being. Video 10 was the belief that she would be coming home to deal with the appeal, and if she lost, she'd probably still stay here anyway, or just go to prison in the United Kingdom where people are treated like, well, veritable hotel guests in luxury. The Wi-Fi password is 1234. But then video 11 saved it because she lost her appeal. Yes, the Supreme Court decided, sod off, we're going to uphold what the government says because Shamima Begum is not stateless, which was the main point. There was another point that she was groomed, and there was someone involved in that. There really was. There are actually other people involved as well. We're going to get to those after this, I promise you that. Video 12, Reasons and Regrets. Shamima had given another interview. In this interview, she spoke a bit more clearly, appeared to have westernized herself a little more, almost tried her best to fit in and understand the outrage from the British people and how she should be held accountable for what she did, but not accountable in this country, the country she walked away from, the one she gave her passport up for in Turkey to go into Syria, the one where she took her friends and decided the United Kingdom is not for me and my belief in my faith, and naffed off somewhere else. That then became rubble, a US department store on Black Friday. For the next part, which are 3 videos that I made this year, given television time, current situation, and a filmmaker wanting Shamima to come home, I want to play short clips from all 3 of those, with the intention being afterwards to talk about what it is that has cropped up in the news that I find so fascinating, along with the belief that Shamima might be in the United Kingdom already. For some peculiar reason, one of the main TV networks in the United Kingdom, ITV, on their morning show Good Morning Britain, the show that Piers Morgan used to be a part of, decided to get Shamima Begum onto their show, and it is that interview we're going to address an aspect of today. This, personally, I think is a bad idea, and I believe I am not alone based on the mass downvoting of the YouTube version of that interview. So while she is in Camp Sunshine, she said the following, which I can't play a clip of, but I will read the quote instead. I would rather die than go back to IS, and that I am willing to go to court and face the people who made these claims and refute these claims, because I know I did nothing in IS but be a mother and a wife. These claims are being made to make me look worse because the government do not have anything on me, which is of course why the Supreme Court ruled that she could not return to the UK to contest a case in person, by talking about Shamima Begum, the Blame Game podcast from ITV News. In a recent article with the Financial Times, Fiona Sturgis wrote about her experience from listening to this podcast, how she was initially tempted to switch it off, mostly because while everyone has had their own opinion on the subject, she did not believe there was any point having a podcast that was finger-pointing and adding to the noise, later conceding, because this is her job to listen to, that this podcast offers a more detailed account of the circumstances that led to her departing for Syria than what we know so far, continuing by pointing out that while Catru, the global security editor at ITV News, had access to archive material, he could have easily made a rather shoddy show from that, where the presenter looks at individuals, institutions in a position to intervene, family, school, local council, and the police, and how some small oversights had big consequences, such as the letter sent out to parents at Begum School regarding another pupil who had left to join ISIS a few weeks earlier. Rather than being sent directly, the letter was given to children to pass to the parents. Shamima hid hers in a textbook. The podcast goes on to point out that you can't really lay sole blame on one person because Shamima's actions were the result of a confluence of events and failures. In the final episode, there was a comment made by Shamima where she said, "I didn't make myself a poster girl. ISIS did not make me a poster girl. The UK made me a poster girl." The BBC, and I'll insert it now, defund the BBC, has decided to make a 2-part documentary on BBC Two and a 10-part audio series for Radio 5, where it will explore the story of Shamima Begum. The filmmaker Josh Baker, who is going to be making this, has said that this is one of the most talked about, yet least understood stories of our time. For over 12 months, Shamima has been talking to investigative journalist Josh Baker, giving him what she says is her definitive account of everything that happened to her. Back in 2015, Josh Baker was working on a documentary in an East London mosque when news broke that 3 local schoolgirls had disappeared and were on their way to join ISIS. Baker at the time was filming the mosque trying to bring the families to get their daughters home. The alleged attempt of this is to dispel the fiction and unearth new information along the way. And
tell you what I could do. Since I've got 2 copies of the same copyrighted bit of work, I can let YouTube remove the copyrighted work from one of them, and it should let me see what's removed. And it might be as simple as what Smoking Auditor said, that it's like a particular series of phrases said by that particular narrator or something. I don't know. It's really weird that they won't tell me who copyright claimed it, though.
Also trying to explain the points of the travel from Bethnal Green to the Caliphate in Syria. On the 14th of July 2022, a British filmmaker who has formed close bonds with jihadi brides, including Shamima, has called for Britain to bring home the families of ISIS fighters who are being held in Syrian camps because they are our problem. Andrew Drury, who regularly visits the Al Roj camp in northeast Syria, says he feels sorry for 22-year-old Shamima. Drury has also said he has formed such a close relationship with other foreign jihadi brides at the camp that they hug him, pose for selfies with him, and ask for gifts for their children. Drury believes that the UK has a responsibility to bring British jihadi brides like Shamima home because it was not fair to leave them to be in danger to the Syrians and the Kurds. On September the 2nd of this year, Ola Seraf tweeted to somebody who is a mod on my server that knows me well enough. Apparently, Shamima was indeed groomed and trafficked by a Western spy. Both the Canadian and UK government knew about it at the time and allowed it to happen. Underneath is an article from The Guardian. Now, I know many people don't respect The Guardian, but we must allow the information to be presented before we draw a conclusion. Don't prejudge. Shamima Begum was smuggled into Syria for IS by a Canadian spy whose role was covered up by security services, it has been claimed. Ottawa is accused of withholding information about her whereabouts while the Metropolitan Police scrambled an international search for her. However, it is stated that Canadian intelligence did not learn that Begum had been recruited until 4 days after she left Britain. By then, she'd already crossed the border into Syria. The claim is made in The Secret History of the Five Eyes by Richard Kerbaj, which is published on Thursday, so a while ago. Five Eyes is the network.
So, like, looking back at it, every stream I've ever done that was over 4 hours long has been copyright claimed. But, you know, that doesn't mean it's actually associated in any way. That's not how I meant it. Oh, bother. I gotta do that all. Okay. All right. To each his own, I suppose.
Of intelligence sharing between Britain, the US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Rashid is said to have been a double agent who shared Shamima's passport details with Canada and smuggled dozens of others from Britain to fight for IS. Point of contention, though, it was not her passport that she had with her. It was someone else's. In that book, Kabaj writes that Canada's intelligence service remains silent about the explosive allegations, taking refuge in the one thing that protects an intelligence agency, including those within the Five Eyes against potential embarrassment, i.e. secrecy. Being quoted as saying, "For 7 years now, this has been covered up by the Canadians. I think the cover-up is worse than the offense in many ways here because you would expect human intelligence agencies to recruit members of criminal groups and terrorist groups." Also saying, "I think they felt, on balance, that it is best not to discuss this because there were still British and other Western hostages in that territory. There was concern that at the same time that they're trying to get access to ISIS and trying to infiltrate that group. If a story like this emerges that one of their own had been flipped there, was working for the Canadian services, then that would potentially make them even more paranoid and start, well, doing that to people." At the end of the article, it also points out that Shamima is due to make a fresh case at the Special Immigration Appeals Commission in November of 2022. We're now in December, so who knows, something might have popped up between now and then that I'll have to add to the end of the video with future Meg. I mentioned somebody earlier in that little quote called Rashid. Full name, Mohammed al-Rashid. Mohammed al-Rashid facilitated the journey to Syria and was arrested days after this had been completed in Turkey. And just for the sake of transparency, the government, UK and Canadian, refused to comment on this in detail, these allegations, with Trudeau deviating slightly by saying that intelligence services need to be flexible and creative in their approaches to fight terrorism, but they are bound by strict rules. The real claim that makes this all muddy, murky, and more grey than it had been ever before is the fact that Mohammed al-Rashid is considered by some now to be a double agent because of the trafficking, being on the payroll for both Canadian intelligence and at the time Islamic State. The United Kingdom, America, Canada, Australia and New Zealand are part of a group called Five Eyes that share intelligence. Since the information that led to the search in the first place came from Canada, this is where this belief comes from. The belief that it was a Canadian double agent involved in the trafficking. And I want to insert something now that might lead to speculation that Shamima could come back to the UK. Recently, a British woman and her child were repatriated from a Syrian detention camp, which is a landmark move. No one knows anything about this woman, they don't know her name, but she's the first adult to be allowed to return to the UK since fighting against IS came to an end.
All right, so the version of A Christmas Carol that I was using is apparently a copyrighted version, but that still makes no sense. Why would it be in a public domain file? That's so bad. Anyway, every single piece of that was copyrighted. So they let it go when you played the first piece, which each stave chapter, I suppose, is copyrighted separately. And you can play one. You could probably get away with two, but once you start playing that third one, they hit you, which is weird. Actually, it'll get copyrighted regardless. It would just be copyrighted later. It just takes them about 3 hours to get around to figuring it out. So, how queer? Yeah, it's neither here nor there.
No doubt, much like John Venables, you will not know anything about her ever again beyond this. But because that has happened, even though Shamima is the poster child for the United Kingdom, it is still possible Shamima could come back. Now, there was an article I saw called The New Arab, titled Shamima Begum's Case Should Force Us to Rethink Citizenship, which, if you want to read it, it is linked down below, is nothing more than a glorified attempt to appeal to emotion and talk about deprivation, Muslims, and how many people are on this planet stateless, while also citing this Canadian Intelligence Service spy as a reason to give reconsideration to Shamima's situation itself. At present, Shamima is still believed to be in Camp Al Roj. where she will stay until either her appeals are exhausted and she has to stay there forever, or until another country steps in, or she goes to Bangladesh, or she is granted immunity and allowed back into the United Kingdom, repatriated and given a new identity, no doubt. The subject of this Canadian spy, though, does make things trickier, but as we do not, as a people, know the full extent of her involvement, we cannot draw a conclusion until we know whether or not she was fully involved in what ISIS did. Her involvement in that is important, because we as a country would not want someone to come back if they presented a threat and or risk, or they did commit crimes somewhere else where they must face justice for. The subject of her being trafficked, though, is where now it deviates, a fork in the road presented. Hold her accountable as an adult, ignoring she was trafficked, or accept she was trafficked, or perhaps investigate it first to see whether there's any validity to it. And if she was, well, you guys are screwed really, aren't you? Hello everyone, Future Meg here. I was going to upload it as it was with that and only that, then I realized on the 21st November 2022, Shamima was trending because her trial had begun, and this in turn piqued my interest enough to push the video's release back to the 17th of December 2022. When the trial began, lawyers for Shamima Begum told the court that she had been a victim of child trafficking and that the Home Office had made a hasty decision in revoking her citizenship, with Samantha Knights, KC, representing Shamima, saying that over the hasty decision, Shamima was effectively an exile for life, along with saying that this case concerns a British child aged 15 who was persuaded, influenced, and affected with her friends by a determined and effective propaganda machine. Also arguing that there was overwhelming evidence that Shamima was recruited, transported, transferred, harbored, and received in Syria for the purposes of sexual exploitation. Lawyers representing the government said that Begum had aligned with IS and stayed in Syria for 4 years until 2019, and only when the caliphate collapsed did she emerge, give multiple press interviews, but at that time she had not expressed any remorse or regret, acknowledging that she was aware of the nature of the group when she traveled. Another lawyer for Shamima, called Dan Squires, told the hearing that because Shamima is effectively stateless, if she was to return to Bangladesh, there is a high risk of her being hanged. With Dan Squires saying, on the contrary, the Bangladeshi authorities would have confirmed that the appellant would be hanged if she entered the country. And
all right, so I did get hit for a copyright with Charles Dickens on a LibriVox version of a book, which all 3 sections got copyright claimed individually, which is weird. But okay, fine. LibriVox owns it. I'll give it that. But I didn't think that was a thing. It's a 3.5 hour read. It'd probably take me 6 to record it, maybe more.
And this is because the Bangladeshi government will not provide any protection or practical support, along with never allowing her to enter the country, because they do not recognize her as a citizen. Many times people on Twitter, when Shamima was trending, like to latch onto the fact that if Shamima was white, she'd be back in the country in a heartbeat, because that's the issue here. That's the real issue here. There has been much in the way of contesting of what Shamima's actual input was with regards to the caliphate in Raqqa. An eyewitness, though, a refugee, has given testimony that suggested Shamima was actually active with the group IS. This particular refugee, who lives under protection outside Syria and Iraq, refused to be named, but said that in 2017, Shamima gave talks encouraging others to take part in the unalive attacks. If true, that would be seen by the Home Office, by the government, and more than likely by the courts as a nail in the coffin. This witness that saw Shamima talking to an English-speaking group added she was giving information about who wants to go for fighting, who wants to do unalive attacks. She had a paper to record names, further adding that she and a friend, who was also a slave, witnessed Shamima deliver her lessons over 40 days at a mosque, and that although the unalive attacks were voluntary, she urged the audience to sign up, adding, she was encouraging us to record our names by saying you will not die after it, you will be in paradise, a martyr to your cause. How quaint. At time of recording, and I have to upload this at some point, There is no end to this trial, not any result. But if one does happen before the release date of this video, it'll be added on here. If not, ta-ta.
So that just about does it. I have one more video that I have stacked back, but it's like a freaking hour and a half long. And it's a really deep dive into an actor's career that has gone insane. Yeah, I don't think MLH hit the like button. You know how I can tell? Because it didn't tell me. And he hates me, Master. He hates me. So if y'all got an idea of something to do, let me know. At some point, I got to go get me something to eat. Because I caught that takedown while I was trying to grab me a bite real quick. So there's like a piece of cake sitting out on the counter in yonder.
Madagascar separated from India 80 million years ago and has remained in isolation ever since. This separation has led to many species of animal that are endemic to the island, and many common animals on the mainland not being found here. Once upon a time, around 3 million years ago, South America was just like this, being a home for weird animals that had evolved differently to everywhere else. Except unlike Madagascar.
So what I'm getting at with this particular playlist, which is available on my channel, are the different creatures from historical context, that is to say paleontology and whatnot, that could fit the description of Dogman. So something that did exist that does match that description, like a giant baboon or a giant ground sloth or a great pangolin.
Madagascar, the separation was continent-wide, allowing these unique animals to reach much larger
That's
sizes.
hardcore.
There were giant sloths that grow to 5 meters tall.
You and your girl, y'all just need to snuggle up and go where you need to go. Bring you a blanket, maybe a few toys.
Giant armadillos the size of a car. Armadillos, sloths, and anteaters belong to a group of mammals known as Xanathra, which means strange joints. This group of animals is not closely related to most extant species of mammal and is thought to have converged from a common ancestor in the Cretaceous when the dinosaurs were still around. They are considered to be one of the most primitive placentals and have the lowest mammalian metabolic rate. Xanathrans evolved in South America, and the slightly favored view on their evolution, supported by some DNA evidence, is the proposition that they should be in the clade called Atlantogenata. This would group them with the African mammals like elephants and aardvarks that are also not closely related to most mammals. It is thought that Atlantogenata was separated from the other placentals together when Africa and South America were connected to each other. When these two continents also split about 100 million years ago, the Xanathrans went with South America, while the rest of Atlantogenata stayed in Africa. Subsequent to these continental splits, and with the extinction of the dinosaurs, South America found itself in isolation with no land bridges to other continents, and where it would remain for millions of years, and with its own unique set of animals evolving in different ways. One of the most interesting animals that the Xanathran group ever produced, and that has very few living representatives, are sloths. During the Cenozoic, the time after the dinosaurs, sloths were not arboreal like today, but lived on the ground, and they were also much larger. They were averagely about the size of a bear, but one individual, known as Megatherium, was elephant-sized. The largest species of Megatherium was as much as 6 meters long and weighed 4 tons, making them the largest animal in South America, and one of the largest mammals that has ever existed. Sloths diversified to fill many niches all over South America, from cold environments to forests and grassy plains to mountains. There are a series of marine sloths that had adapted to life in the water called Thalassocnus. The shorelines of prehistoric Peru were deserted and barren, meaning these sloths probably took to the ocean in search of food. There are also sloth burrows found all over the Americas, some of them being large enough to walk through upright. Similar to sloths, armadillos also have massive relatives, like glyptodons, with some species getting...
Andrew, I gotta say, I don't see them being great swimmers. I see them floating along, but maybe I'm wrong. What do I know? Just some redneck in a swamp.
The size of a car. Unlike armadillos, that are either omnivorous or insectivorous, glyptodonts were herbivorous and possessed a mace-like spiked tail. Xenothrans were not the only strange animals, or even mammals, during South America's isolation, as there are whole continents worth of animals often not found anywhere else. South America had its own collection of hoofed animals, called notoungulates, like Macrauchenia, that had a horse-shaped body, the feet of a rhino, and evidence of a small proboscis. Some of the smaller carnivores were called sporacodonts, which didn't have placentas and reproduced like marsupials, one of which, called Thylicus smilus, convergently evolved its own saber teeth. Perhaps this ecosystem's strangest resident were the large flightless terror birds. They were called forest rockets and played the role of large carnivore on the continent, and hadn't been outcompeted by big cats like everywhere else. The largest of these birds was called Forus rocus and could grow up to 2.5 meters tall. So South America had a beautifully unique ecosystem filled with very interesting animals. But as the continent started to come closer to North America, things started to change with an event known as the Great American Interchange, which is possibly one of the largest exchanges of life between different ecosystems in history. A giant sloth called Mylodontid first made it to North America long before there was a land bridge between the continents. It is thought that it swam from island to island and hopped its way across the Caribbean, which would explain why there are sloth fossils found on these islands.
Okay, so they're great swimmers. Fucking who knew? Andrew knew. Andrew is our local resident sloth expert. Congratulations, Andrew. If I have any slothy type questions, I'll be calling you up.
Sloths were quite successful in North America. One of the 3-meter giants was called Megalonyx from the Megalonychidae family, which is probably the same family as the currently living Colobus sloth. Strangely, the other currently living sloth, Bradypus, is not just not in this family, but not closely related at all. In fact, the two extant genus of sloth may have diverged from a common ancestor as long as 40 million years ago. Their arboreal lifestyles and somewhat similar appearance may have convergently evolved. The moment this exchange of animals really kicked off is about 2.7 million years ago, with the formation of the Panamanian Isthmus. This rejoined the continents with a land bridge which set in motion the largest and most conspicuous part of the exchange. With the biospheres clashing together, Nearctic animals from the north flooded into South America.
That wasn't an accusation, brother. That was a compliment. Although, if you could manage to know that much and still sit around and do nothing, that's just admirable.
And the neotropic animals from the south crossed into North America. The Nearctic animals would include ungulates like deers, horses, and also camelids, later becoming llamas and alpacas. Predatory animals like canines, bears, and felines, including the most famous saber-toothed cat, Smilodon. A species of odd-looking elephant-like creatures known as gampathirs that were common in North America at this time also crossed the land bridge. At first, the exchange was symmetrical, with an equal amount of animals traveling in both directions, but very soon after, the neotropic animals proved to be far less successful. The South American animals that traveled north didn't diversify much or travel far. The forest rockets saw a short amount of success, but eventually disappeared. In addition, the exchange is thought to be responsible for many of the megafauna extinctions in the south. Some of the first neotropic niches to be invaded were predatory, with forest rockets and sporacodonts taking a sharp decline almost straight away, with their habitats being colonized by cats and dogs. Eventually, the niches filled by South American ungulates also started.
Welcome to the show, Unindoctrinated. Or I guess welcome back. Got to get rid of all them there companies. Can't have them people peeping over your shoulder at my show.
To diminish with the arrival of horses and camelids. In the midst of the South American onslaught, the one group of unlikely animals that still did well were sloths. The Nearctic animals struggled to invade the mega-herbivore niches, meaning certain giant sloths like Megatherium survived to as little as 11,000 years ago. Sloths in North America also continued to live on diversifying, with many later species being endemic to the continent. Eventually, even the giant sloths would be driven to extinction, but they still left their legacy in the form of slow but cute tree dwellers. Thank you for watching. If you want to be notified of future content from me, consider subscribing.
All right, so the largest birds in history were not flighted birds. The largest birds in history were the terror birds, which apparently evolved at least twice, one old world species and then a whole diversification of new world species. if memory serves, I think there was a very large bird in Africa, like maybe twice the size of the ostrich, but I don't think it lasted very long. I think it introduced from the Levant and then died out. It died out in the Levant and then died out in Africa and was just gone. I can't remember the name of that one. Actually, I can't remember the name of any of them. Whatever.
Many birds have adapted to lose their ability to fly.
Wow, that's weird.
But one group in particular sticks out, the ratites, or more accurately named the paleonaths, containing the largest living birds like ostriches, emus, and cassowaries, sometimes weighing similar to or more than a human. They stand out because of their size, but also because of their primitive features like strong, powerful legs and claws, and often being covered in shaggy, downy feathers instead of long flight feathers.
Yeah, the cassowary
fact,
is
they are very
nasty.
similar to-
Cassowary might be the deadliest bird on Earth. It is definitely... Yeah, no, I think the cassowary is more aggressive than the emu. So, yeah. Now, as I understand it, owls kill almost as many people, but, you know, I imagine sepsis probably gets involved or something. But a cassowary would just kick your stomach out.
Looking to some herbivorous species of dinosaurs that lived during the Cretaceous period, like Ornithomimus and the Oviraptorids. Ornithomimus in particular having a very similar skeleton to a modern-day ostrich. But also, whereas many flightless birds evolved that way due to being isolated on an island void of predators, many of the ratites are flightless brutes that compete directly with many of the other large animals they share their ecosystem with, being known to kill
Hey,
animals
Can
as
Squatch,
large as
welcome to the show, bud.
In fact, the paleonaths are not just the largest birds, but some of the last living large land animals that aren't mammals. Their prehistoric features and large size may make them incredibly interesting animals, but the ratites also have a very mysterious evolutionary history. They are closely related flightless birds, yet today they are spread across most of the southern continents and islands. So how do they get there?
I really, really love this guy's
Ratites
work.
get their name from the Latin word ratus, which means raft. The vast majority of birds have a large piece of bone that protrudes from
Might
their
take two
sternum
more in the
called the
morning.
keel, that is used to anchor their enormously powerful flight muscles to. Because ratites have evolved away from being flightless for many millions of years, they have lost their keel, which is why they are known as rafts in Latin, because they don't have a keel. The paleonath group contains ostriches, emus, cassowaries, the rhea and the tinamous that live in South America, and also the kiwi. And up until relatively recently, New Zealand was home to the giant paleonath moa that had massive 2-meter legs that made its head tower over a modern-day ostrich. And the moa wasn't even the largest of these birds, because in Madagascar lived the monstrous elephant bird, weighing as much as the largest brown bears, making
I
them
bet
the
those
largest
things were
bird to ever have lived,
tasty.
only going extinct around 1,000 years ago. With the exception of the tinamous, that can be found as far north as southern Mexico, all of these birds are only spread across the southern continents. And there are even fossils of an ancient ratite known from Antarctica that would have lived there around 40 million years ago when it wasn't so cold. So being flightless, how do they reach these far-off areas? In the past, it was thought that they may have all descended from one common ancestor that lived on an ancient supercontinent comprised of the southern landmasses. About 190 million years ago, in the early Jurassic period, the giant supercontinent Pangaea started to break apart. But when this happened, it didn't immediately break into separate continents, and instead, the southern continents Africa, South America, Australia, and Antarctica remained connected together for some time in a smaller supercontinent named Gondwana. Then when this small supercontinent broke apart around 100 million years ago in the Cretaceous, the modern continent started to take shape. So it was thought that all of the ratites may have descended from a flightless common ancestor on Gondwana, and then, when the continent split up, evolved differently, isolated on different continents, which would explain why a family of flightless birds have such a large spread around the southern part of the
I wouldn't
globe.
expect ostrich to
This seems
taste
be a
like
perfect
chicken. More
explanation.
like turkey, maybe.
However, it is now known that this
Kind of
is
darker,
true,
I would
as the
suppose.
dates don't add up. The paleonaths are one of the 4 distinct lineages of birds that survived the mass extinction that killed the non-avian dinosaurs. However, although the paleonaths can trace their origins back to before the dinosaurs went extinct, At the earliest, they evolved in the very late Cretaceous period when Gondwana had long since broken up. Furthermore, DNA evidence shows the relationship between these birds to be very different to what you would expect if they all came from a large supercontinent that used to exist. For instance, the tiny kiwi is actually more closely related to the giant elephant bird in Madagascar than it is to any other ratite, including the cassowary and emu, despite living much closer, and even the moa that the kiwi used to share an ecosystem with. So how did the paleonaths get to where they are today? It turns out that the ratites, or the paleonaths, may look very primitive, but they are actually not. The oldest paleonaths in the fossil record were a family of birds called the Lithornithids that have some controversial fossils dating before the extinction of the dinosaurs, but they at the very least have existed from very soon after the dinosaurs went extinct, around 60 to 65 million years ago. The Lithornithids were not flightless nor resembled modern ratites in any meaningful way. They had small legs and a keel that would have been developed enough for them to fly, so they would have fit in among the vast majority of birds living today. In fact, they actually looked more like pigeons or pheasants than an emu or an ostrich, which means that the paleonaths used to look a lot more like other birds, and then evolved most, if not all, of their primitive features. So there may have been dinosaurs like Ornithomimus that looked similar to ratites, but there is no relation, and the resemblance is just due to convergent evolution. So the paleonaths were still able to fly until much more recently than previously thought, and actually one species named the tinamous, found in Central and South America, still can fly, although not very well, which is why the name paleonaths is a more accurate word to describe these birds than ratites, because at least one of them still has a keel. Because the paleonaths were able to fly until a lot later, this means they would have been able to fly to the different southern continents, and then just evolved to lose their flight once there. And there is some DNA evidence that supports this. But even better, in New Zealand, the fossils of an ancient kiwi have been discovered called Proapteryx that was most likely able to fly, but coexisted with the moa that was already flightless at this point, proving that they must have evolved flightlessness at different times. And this would make sense because unlike most other paleonaths, the moas had been flightless for so long they had evolved to lose their wing bones altogether. However, this theory relies on an astounding amount of convergent evolution happening to the same group of animals. What are the chances that a normal bird-like ancestor would spread and settle on various continents and landmasses around the world, and at least twice in New Zealand? And then all but one of them, tinamous.
So, on an island in Indonesia, there is a bird, I think it's called a sand rail, and it went extinct 300 years ago or so. And in the past 150 years, you don't have to learn anything, man. I'm just putting this through my skull. A mainland species of rail had taken up residence on the island past couple of hundred years. And in only the last 10 or 15 years, the newer generations have demonstrated a virtually identical lifestyle to the previous extinct sand rail that existed there before, pointing out that not only is convergent evolution extremely likely under similar circumstances, but that it doesn't take that terrible long for it to start taking effect either. All you need is the proper genetic pressures, and it just happens.
Would separately lose their keel, evolve flightlessness, and then many of them adapt independently into many of the largest birds that have ever existed. Well, this can be possible, because sometimes animals can have a predisposition to evolve in a certain way because of their anatomy. For instance, silk production has evolved on as many as 10 times independently among arthropods, animals like insects and spiders, but vertebrates have never evolved the ability, and it may have been the same with the ratites. The common ancestor of the ratites may have had certain features that made the evolutionary pathway of losing flight considerably more likely for these ancestors.
Well, it's not entirely. I mean, yes, it's environmental. The environmental pressures of the island do tend to send that but it's also the source. The original sand rails that we discovered on that island were derived from the same population of mainland rails, right? So when the new population of rails established on the island and closed their breeding to only island rails through some behavioral change that we wouldn't necessarily know about, it could very well streamline, almost like sort of a genetic pump into a particular form or direction, because it is the same island. There are the same environmental pressures, and it comes from the same base population. So there's no reason to think that it would, evolve in a totally unique way just because, everything else being the same. It kind of makes sense to me. Maybe more than a bunch of birds just walking around the world like that,
In order to fly, animals have to be incredibly specialized, and so it comes with a lot of trade-offs. It takes a lot of energy, which means animals that can fly, like birds and bats, have to have incredibly lightweight bodies to do it efficiently. And flying animals are burdened with a part of their body, their wings, that are absolutely crucial for their survival, making them more vulnerable to injury. Flying birds have to be good enough at flying for all of these disadvantages to pay off, which means that animals that are clumsy at flying will likely lose the ability altogether pretty quickly, because they need to adapt to different methods of survival that will almost always come at a detriment to their flying ability. But why did the ratites largely only settle in the southern hemisphere if they were able to fly anywhere? Well, this is a bit of a mystery, but it isn't just the case with ratites. Nearly all of the large land animals living today are mammals, and while this has been the case for a long time in the northern continents, up until relatively recently, this wasn't the case with places like South America and Australia, that have a fossil record filled with strange animals by today's standards, like terrestrial crocodiles and other species of giant birds, including ones that filled predatory niches as well. So in the past, places like South America and Australia seem to have been much more hospitable for non-mammalian animals to gain a foothold. So the ratites are unusual and unique animals, but it turns out their unique body shapes and place in their ecosystem has actually evolved multiple times. Thank you for watching. A big thank you goes to all my patrons.
All right, folks, I think I'm done with it. Yeah, it's a big-ass bird. He ain't even yellow, like a reasonable big bird should be. I appreciate the English words that come out of my mouth of appreciation. That's the type of stuff I do. I appreciate y'all coming by and listening to me babble incessantly about stupid stuff and possibly break my channel and get strikes and stuff. It's all tons of fun when y'all do that. We made it to 60 thumbs up. So that's probably the best I've ever done, honestly. So you mad lads are absolutely uncouth. I don't even know how y'all keep it together. But I'm going to exit with one of these because I like it. It's one of my favoritist. Oh, yeah. I guess it is that one. And it's not working. Why is it not working?
But you're all invited.
Oh, because I'm stupid. Never forget Lorenzo. He's what keeps us all together. Without him, I'd be nothing.
Sorry. Good news, though. We're going to have to move the party somewhere a little bit more private, but you're all invited. Lorenzo will give you the details. Yeah!
Hey, she was a cutie in a sundress. I told her I just had to confess. I got a crush on you, darling. Them long tan legs.